not only the lectures which we are organizing, not only the competitions which we are organizing, but these posters also would help uh, in our knowledge building, capacity building, as well as creating an inspiration in our minds. Uh, Although in the state of Meghalaya, we have one location designated by Vigyan Sarvatra, that is at Shillong, for everything to happen. But we, from the State Council of Science and Technology, we thought that at least our um, nearby region, that is Garo Hills, our own people should also get the benefit out of this celebration. So we have also organized, we have made one sub center in Tura, that is in Tura Science Center, in which the same type of exhibition they are holding, lectures, competitions, so on and so forth, for the benefit of the student community as well as for the general public as a whole. So uh, there are different themes in each day throughout the whole week. The first day it was an inaugural function which is being held in all the 75 locations of the country. And on the second day, the theme was the Annal of History of Science in our country. And on the third day, that is on the 24th, yesterday we had milestones, a talk on a milestone of modern science and technology. Then we had the film screening of the development of how science has developed, and also here today the just a minute. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, you can come, you can come. Yeah, you can come. Uh, excuse me. Today the theme is on innovation and inventions. And today we are also having competition on innovative ideas. So we have kept a box, an idea box over here in front of us, where anybody can contribute. Okay, any one of you can write your idea and drop in this box, idea box. Okay, if you have any out of the box idea where we can, at least by seeing at those idea, might be we can develop something out of those idea. We have kept in the back part of the hall. These are grassroots innovations. These are grassroots innovation where we put up the innovations of those people, like farmers, like mechanics. Okay, those people who are in the garage, those people who doesn't know science at all, who are school dropouts, but they have an innovative mind, and through their innovation, the National Innovation Foundation has helped them to develop these prototype. Okay, these prototype, which are very helpful for the society, and through these ideas have been patented. Okay, it has been patented and also manufactured. Okay, and those people who are who have contributed to these ideas, they are also, if these ideas have been translated into some equipments where we can sell in the market, the company are giving them a royalty on those items which they are selling, at least 10%, 5% of the profit of the material which they have sold. It contributes towards the person who is an innovator. So we from the State Council of Science and Technology also we are trying to scout for these innovative minds, especially from the children. Children they quite good, inquisitive, and also lots of ideas can come up from them. So that's why we are organizing the innovative idea competition online also. So in the State Council of Science and Technology, we have one cell known as the IPR cell, IPR cell, where we are identifying innovators and getting submission from them. Then we are filing patent for patent rights, okay, by from our side. We are helping those innovators, those um, practitioners, okay, to patent their ideas. We are doing that, and if you come across, okay, if you come across anybody in your day-to-day meeting with somebody while going to your own place or to your own home or to the village during your study, if you see somebody who's doing something innovative out of the box, which is not being done by somebody else, you can report us. Okay, you can give us their name. We will go and recommend that practice which is doing. So in this way, our state, our country also will grow in different fields. Uh, Tomorrow we'll be having the Science Literary Festival, in which we'll be having a talk by one retired professor from St. Edmund's College on the different aspect of literatures, where we how to write science book, science journal, and also the ideas will be shared with him. We'll be also having different activities like skit, drama, singing, and poetry reading competition also. It's not a competition; it's a participation. Anybody can participate in that to I mean to get the science literary grow. So on the 28th of this month, that is on Monday, this is the culmination program, which happens to coincide with the National Science Day celebration. National Science Day, which we commemorate the achievement uh, of Sir C.V. Raman, a noted Indian physicist who was awarded the first Nobel Prize in Science. So we are celebrating the achievement of science in the country, and there'll be participation by Central Agriculture University, from University of Science and Technology in Meghalaya, from the National Institute of Technology, from Biological Development Center, in which they will put up their works, their findings, their innovations, okay, in a form of a display on the 28th. So we invite each and every one of you. Uh, we have seen, we have seen that, this part of the, I should say, in our city, we have seen that there are very less participants who used to come if they are not invited to come on their own. We are welcome. We welcome you, sir, Dr. S. K. Sharma, Dr. Medhi, Christus Olsen, please, and Dr. Ghosh also. So we that is what from I've seen from what I've seen. We are very shy to come. We don't go when we are not invited. So this type of thinking, I think we should do away. Whenever we see anything which is helpful, we should we should come. We should come and enjoy. We should come and get the benefit out of it. Okay. So uh, right now, uh, we are very fortunate to have with us the dignitaries over here from ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, as well as from uh, NAGRIMS. Uh, we have been waiting for you, sir, and we hope that uh, the all the proceedings, all the lectures will be taken over by you. And I think I should invite, first of all, Dr. S.K. Sharma, Scientist G from ICMR, Regional Medical Research Center, Dibuga, to say something, sir, and kindly, I mean, whatever you feel, you can take over.
Ay, Gre, Gre. Punta na kami sa dyan speaker, sir.
Very good morning to everybody.
This
As you are aware that under Ajadika Amrit Mahotsav, Science Week is being celebrated throughout the country. ICMR has been given task to be a part of you all in 75 locations in the country, and we at ICMR RMC Dibrugarh, it's a headquarter for the Northeast, has given the responsibility of the 4 states, that's Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, and Assam. So me and my team, we have come here at least to, first of all, to make you know about what ICMR is doing. See, ICMR has become the household name just after the COVID. I think everyone knows this, yes, whether you go for the vaccine is either recommended by ICMR or not. So that is what we have been known for the COVID time. But prior to it, since 1911, we are working, serving the country in various aspects, and will be showing you few slides how our network is there in the country. Number one. Number two, a small video on ICMR, and we have a colleague from the Greens, Dr. G.K. Medley, who is a professor and head of the Department of the Community Medicine, who was part of us in ICMR RMRC Dibrugarh for about 10 years, more than 10 years, 15 years. Now he is a professor in the community medicine. He is a very good orator, and he knows the functioning of ICMR. Dr. Medley will be delivering a talk regarding how India is self-sufficient in biomedical research. Just take 5 minutes because my bag is left in the car, and the car I take the same, the route, and just waiting for the glucose. officer immediately. We will, yes. Let's see. There will be links, number of slides.
It's good.
I'm sorry to keep waiting. I'll just brief you in very few slides about the activities of ICMR in India. The slides were prepared by my colleague, Dr. Ghosh and myself. Next, please. So, this is I suppose, the Apex Biomedical Research Center in the country. This was established pre-independent time in 1911 as India Research Fund Association. After independence in 1949, it has been renamed as Indian Council of Medical Research. It's right now our parent organization is Department of Health Research. Next, please. So we have, like other institutes, we have got different visions and missions to be carried out through the country for the better health facilities by performing research, developing different tools and techniques for the entire India. Next. So this map shows how big we are. Our headquarters is in Delhi. We have got 26 national institutes, 4 regional medical research centers. Regional medical research centers are to take care of any health problems in the particular region. Like the Dibrugarh, we are responsible for the entire northeast, including Sikkim. Next. So, what we achieved in between 2020 to 21, I'm not going for the history. There's a small video you will be enjoying that one. We have established the BSL-4 laboratories, which is unique. They're in Pune. Like we have developed network of laboratories called multidisciplinary research unit in most of the hospitals, medical colleges throughout the country. I'll show you the slide afterwards. ICMR has many collaborative research establishment of platform where all the Southeast Asian countries can work together. You know about COVID, right from ICMR supported, right from development of the vaccine, screening, delivery of the kit to different uh, testing centers during COVID pandemic. And because of then, one of our institute, they completed 100 years. That's the National Institute of Nutrition. They are basically working on nutrition. Next, please. So 1990 to 2021, our success is research support in Ayushman Bharat. Then policy investors, digital investigation of non-communicable disease, affordable technologies for diagnosis, so on, and successfully the outbreak of epidemics and irrigation that basically involves. Next. So if you go to the new medicine, we said one of our institute in Pondicherry is called BCRC. They have developed a technology using mosquito larvicides, and it has supported by Hindustan Insecticides Corporation. And this went to the community so that mosquito population, and so you won't feel the problem of mosquitoes here in Shillong, but if you go down to Guwahati, you really feel it. The people out there, they know how the different vector-borne diseases are being spreading out there. So ICMR hosted the third meeting of the regional research platform of such countries. Then ICMR developed iDrone. See, there was a problem during, yes, we have got the vaccines and the different locations, vaccines were provided, but there are areas in Nagaland, I think it was Nagaland and Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, there is no road. Their communities are there. How to get the vaccine to them? So ICMR supported the iDrone. They have a tie-up with different organizations, and vaccines were literally delivered to the villages within 35 to 40 minutes. Then we have got a mobile stroke unit. There are two in the country, and we are lucky, and we have got one in Assam. It's attached with the medical college. So as soon as a person suffer or get a stroke, you get the information within 10 to 15 minutes. The vehicles goes there. They have got the facilities for the CT scan. Every facilities to take care of the person for the initial treatment, bring them to the tertiary care center, and this will survive the person. So this is now in trial basis, and probably all the northeastern states will get these facilities in future. Then, based on the work on COVID-19, a 500 rupees postal stamp was recently inaugurated on the work of ICMR. Next. So there's the how drone was helpful in supplying vaccines to the remote areas in Northeast India. Next. So we have got some flagship programs like elimination of like TB, elimination of malaria and different parts. So these are some of the flagship programs. Next. So this is a stroke unit I was telling you. This is a van which cases if someone is suffering from stroke, immediately all the facilities are inside. Next. So we need some biosafety laboratory for working on different, like even for the COVID work. So ICMR has established so much of laboratories of under the VRD network. These are the red ones, and the blues are under the biosafety laboratory, under the ICMR institutes. So we have got in each and every corner of the country biosafety laboratories. So we have the viral diagnostic laboratories. This is the network of the viral diagnostic laboratories who supported in testing COVID throughout the country. So we have a multidisciplinary research unit. These are the spread out of MOUs in the country. So in our institute, ICMR Regional Medical Research Center, Dibrugarh, we are working both on non-communicable diseases and communicable diseases. If we talk about the non-communicable diseases, we are working in cancer, we are working on hypertension and cardiovascular disorders, we are working on diabetes, we are working on anemia and hemoglobinopathies. And we talk about the communicable disease, vector-borne diseases are there, other viral diseases are there, bacterial disease, the tubercular infections like paragonimosis, Fishbone tubercle, Danbone tubercle, schizophrenia. Then these are the including the tuberculosis. The other areas we are working on medicinal plants, bioinformatics, and maternal and child health. Just after this, we are working in Meghalaya is we are in Shillong. Lots of projects since its inception of RMLC Dibrugarh in 1982. We are carrying on lots of work out here. I think few more projects are to be carried out. From my department, we are making a network of laboratories in entire Northeast to study the prevalence of thalassemia and G6PD deficiency. Thalassemia is a genetic disorder, it cannot be cured. G6PD is also an enzyme, it's a genetic disorder where you need special equipment for testing. So, in collaboration with the Director of Health Services Research, we are setting up a lab out here. We are providing all the equipments so that after the project also, these facilities can be used by the state government in carrying out different studies. In addition to this, our parent organization, it's called Department of Health Research. So DHR has a scheme of establishment of Model Rural Health Research Unit. So what's the function? These units basically with the help of the local doctors, they can take up research work. We provide the manpower, 2 scientists, like other technical staff, I think 8 manpowers. We construct a laboratory building of the cost of DHR and other infrastructure equipment worth of 1 crore. And government of Meghalaya has given a space in Shora PHE. So land has been transferred. Now with the help of the state PWD, we are constructing a building. So anything, even the children, if they want, they can take up small projects. Small projects, the equipments are available. You won't get all the equipments which is required for the biomedical research in a same platform. So this is something unique, this thing for Meghalaya. So I keep on coming, and I'm sure within 1 year we'll establish these facilities in Meghalaya. So I've got a small video. Can we copy it? I think you will enjoy this video, which reflect.
Charak, the ancient Ayurvedic physician, believed that the wise should not accept anything without investigation. These wise words of Charak have been the guiding principles driving the health research discourse of Indian Council of Medical Research. The conflict between health and diseases has been eternal. Good health brings happiness that the wise should not accept anything without investigation. These wise words of Charak have been the guiding principles driving the health research discourse of Indian Council of Medical Research. The conflict between health and diseases has been eternal. Good health brings happiness, and diseases bring sickness and death. Back in 1911, when M.K. Gandhi was yet to become a Mahatma, and New Delhi was 20 years away from being made capital of India, Indian Research Fund Association, or IRFA, was born with a mandate to promote medical research in the country. IRFA was renamed as Indian Council of Medical Research, or ICMR, in 1949. With pan-India presence through its affiliated institutes and field stations, today ICMR is the apex body in biomedical research in India. The scientists at ICMR tested and validated DOTS, which has cured millions of patients suffering from TB. When leprosy struck millions, ICMR scientists tested the multi-drug therapy with success. When diarrheal diseases become a leading cause of child death and suffering, ICMR facilitated and scaled up for low-cost oral rehydration therapy and successfully worked on an indigenous vaccine for rotavirus-related diarrhea. When malaria became an everyday fear, ICMR tested new drugs and diagnostics and demonstrated bioenvironmental approaches to control malaria. From landmark studies in the area of nutrition, like double fortification of cooking salt with iron and iodine, assessment of nutritive values of Indian foods, micronutrient supplement formulations to design, plan, monitor and evaluate cancer registry activities under the National Cancer Registry Program. Other areas under non-communicable diseases included in-diet study for diabetes and hypertension. With the growing human population, new drug-resistant strains have also emerged and pose serious problem in complete cure of the infections. Constant research in this area is the need of the hour. ICMR has created a network of antimicrobial resistance network to monitor drug-resistant organisms, various etiological issues and genes involved in this mechanism to help in better drug delivery and formulating appropriate drug policy. From time to time, ICMR has released guidelines on various important issues, along with maintaining a clinical trial registry to improve transparency and accountability. ICMR has played an integral role in touching lives of every Indian in more ways than one. Development of commercial diagnostic kits against dengue and chikungunya, direct agglutination tests for early diagnosis of Kala-azar, development of vaccine against Casanol forest disease and Japanese encephalitis, affordable glucometer and strips for diabetes, magnifying device for cervical cancer screening, personal protective equipment for salt workers, and these are only a few examples. With the changing global scenario, ICMR is well equipped to deal with the emerging and re-emerging diseases with advanced and state-of-the-art laboratories and research facilities with the highest and most stringent biosafety levels. Moreover, ICMR supports and nurtures the best scientific minds in the country by providing ample opportunities through fellowships, grants, training programs, and infrastructure support. ICMR has been ensuring that India is at par with its research across the world, leaving no stone unturned. Over the years, ICMR has collaborated with widely renowned international institutes for disease prevention and healthcare. The new initiatives of ICMR, like India TB Research Consortium, Malaria Elimination Project, Antimicrobial Resistance Surveillance Network, India Africa Health Platform, etc., are in line with ICMR's mission of promoting better health in India through research. All these years, with ceaseless efforts and dogged determination, health research has supported government programs, which has resulted in increasing the life expectancy, eradicating the diseases like polio, neonatal tetanus, guinea worm, and have helped in controlling many diseases. And behind this determination lies a belief that development and economic growth of a nation depends on the well-being of its citizens. In future as well, ICMR is committed to strengthen its research to a new direction, with an aim to translate the needs emerging out from research to action for benefit to the society, as well as help in introduction of affordable indigenous technologies into health system. The ICMR Strategic Plan 2017 to 24 will prove to be a roadmap and guide in achieving short, medium, and long-term health goals.
Okay, I'll call you back because.
Next video we are showing how one should take precautions on snake bite. Notice snake bite is also a major problem. Generally in India, every year around 50,000 persons die because of the snake bite. For that, we are also taking up a project in 4 states of Northeast India, including Meghalaya. This video, I'm a part of the video actually. This was prepared by an NGO based at Pune. For the Northeast components in different language, we are translating. Like right now, the video is in English and Hindi. We'll be translating the video for Khasi, Garu, and Jaintia so that this information goes to the public. There's a small video for the Northeast in English.
More than 58,000 Indians die of snake bite each year. These lives could have been saved. Snake bite is both preventable and treatable. Snakes live around us, going about their business of life. They are not our enemies, but chance encounters lead to bites. If the patient does not get timely treatment, the result can be disability, even death. Most snakes in India are non-venomous, but some have venom. The northeastern states, with their amazing biodiversity, are home to several varieties of venomous snakes, including kraits, vipers, cobras, and others. Snakebite is an accident that can be prevented. It is extremely important for each of us to learn to safeguard and protect ourselves. This is what we can do. Do not allow rodents to breed in and around your homes. Where there are rats, there will be snakes. Keep your home and surroundings clutter-free. Snakes like to hide in clutter. Try to create a clear buffer zone around your house to prevent the entry of snakes from farms or ponds. Wear closed shoes when you step out, especially at night. Keep paths clear of leaves and brush. Look out for snakes before you step forward. Do not keep livestock or poultry inside or close to your house. Keep the toilets and the exterior of your house well lit and clutter-free. Check your field before starting work. Run a stick through the growth. Tap the ground. If a snake is there, it will be alerted and will move away. Always use a torch at night. Snakes are found in leaf litter, shrubs, and under the rocks. Walk on clear paths. Use a mosquito net if you sleep on the floor. Keep it well tucked from all sides. It is safer to sleep on a cot. Never ever fool around with any snake. A stressed and frightened snake is likely to bite. Hundreds of careless snake handlers get bitten every year. What are the do's and don'ts in case of a snake bite? Stay calm and do not lose time. It is true that a majority of snakes are non-venomous. It is also true that venomous snakes may give a dry bite by not injecting the venom, but do not take any chances. Snake bite is a serious medical emergency. Time is precious. Note the time of bite. Do not allow the snakebite patient to move around. Reassure and immobilize the patient and the bitten limb. Keep the bitten area still and preferably below heart level. This will slow down the blood circulation and prevent venom from spreading rapidly. Call for an ambulance immediately. The toll-free numbers are 108 and 112. If the ambulance is delayed for any reason, rush to the nearest government hospital yourself. If a four-wheeler is not available, use a motorcycle. Seat the patient in the middle and support the head. Always keep the number of the nearest doctor and ambulance handy. Remove tight objects like rings, toe rings, watch, belt, or sacred thread from the patient's body. Make the patient lie down, turned to the left side. Fold the right leg. The patient's right hand should support the head in this position. This is the safe position on the way to the hospital. Tell the doctor if the patient has received anti-venom earlier. Inform the doctor of any allergies to any medicine. Never ever take the snakebite patient to a faith healer or snake charmer. Snakebite cannot be treated with any charm or spell, amulet or herb. Treatment for snakebite is available only in hospitals. Never try to remove venom by cutting, sucking, or with a syringe. Such actions are futile and dangerous. Do not tie the bitten wing tightly. This may stop blood circulation and lead to loss of wind. However, if already tied, do not release pressure before treatment starts. Do not try to kill the snake or capture it. This is a futile, dangerous exercise that will not help the patient in any way. Remember, thousands of Indians succumb to snake bite each year just because they did not receive the right help and timely treatment. Those who reported immediately to the hospital and received timely treatment survived the bite because snake bite is treatable. Do stay alert. Do stay safe.
From the institute side, hope you have liked the videos and at least you carried some information and you are aware about the ICMR and its functioning in the Northeast. So we have got a colleague from the Grims. I think he will basically tell you about the Atmanirbhar Bharat and biomedical research.
Good morning to everyone. Dr. Sarma, Senior Scientist from Indian Council of Medical Research, Dr. Ghosh, and Mr. Shyam, students from different institutes, and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I have been invited to deliver a speech in a very short notice. It would have been better if I would have given a PowerPoint presentations, but it is not possible in short notice. So just I will deliver one speech. So if you see the health indicators, because in the science week, so it is not possible for a biomedical scientist to speak on every aspect of science. But at least I can speak a little bit about medical science. And I have worked, Dr. Sharma has already detailed very nicely what ICMR has contributed in our country. It is not possible to mention about all contributions. And numerous contributions have been made by Indian scientists, by Indian Council of Medical Research, which is an apex body of biomedical research in our country. So, so basically, if you see the health indicators of our country, you will find that India is continuously showing improvement in health indicators. At the time of Indian independence, do you know what was the average life expectancy at birth of Indian population? Anybody have any idea? What was the average lifespan of any person in our country? Pardon?
Sir, I think it was 17 to 29 years.
Yeah, we are almost close. It is less than 40 years, I'm telling you. But now, what is the lifespan of Indian population? Average lifespan? It is nearly 70 years. So we are expecting that it will improve more and more. When we say we can expect it after 10 years or 15 years, it is going to be around 80 years. Understand? So it is, what is this? It is the contribution of many factors. But impact of technology is there. It is very important. Technological influence of technology is very important in the improvement of our overall health. Not only life expectancy, why life expectancy is increasing continuously? Because our death rate is declining. Particularly premature death rate. Earlier, say, infant mortality was very high. Children mortality was very, very high. Now it is declining gradually. Then we are able to reduce the unavoidable deaths. That is why our life expectancy is increasing. So it is a very, very laudable achievement, is not it? That a child born today, if a child is born today in our country, that child is expected to live 70 years. It is a big achievement, is not it? So we have conquered many diseases and many are newly emerging which need to be conquered. We have been able to eradicate dreaded diseases like, can you name one disease which we have been able to eradicate? That was a very, very dreaded disease. No. We are trying to eliminate TB. No. We are eliminating the leprosy, no longer a big public health problem like previous years. You have not seen this. We have seen this, that disease. That is smallpox. That disease is no longer here in our country. Nowhere in the world. You understand? So, cholera was widely prevalent once, brought under control. We are eliminating what you were mentioning, leprosy. Now. We have eliminated. That has come down heavily. Earlier it was very high. No? But tuberculosis is a big burden in our country now. We are telling that we are aiming to eliminate tuberculosis by 2025. So we are taking a lot of strategies to make our country tuberculosis free. Is not it? By 2025. So although infectious diseases are gradually declining due to our efforts, some newer problems are emerging due to globalization and climate change. Say, for example, I can say that the COVID-19. COVID-19 is a major pandemic in the last century, is not it? The last 100 years is the major pandemic. Why the pandemic spread so quickly? Because of globalization, because of international travels, is not it? So, where it was started, the COVID-19 was started in, first case was reported in which country? So, it spread from here. It is called COVID-19 because first case was reported in 19. Very good. So, with improvement of life expectancy, now there is, so a child born today in our country can expect it to live up to 70 years. Is not it? So definitely there will be age-related diseases now. Like this is called, earlier what happened? When we were studying our medical course, no? At that time, infectious diseases were very, very common. Say diarrhea, people used to die in diarrhea, tuberculosis, malaria was rampant, kalazar, filariasis. Is not it? The infectious diseases were very, very common. Diphtheria, measles, smallpox also were. These were very, very common. Now these infectious diseases are declining. Malnutrition was very common, declining. Because of what? Because of vaccination. The vaccines given to the children, 8 to 10 vaccines are given to every children nowadays. So, because of those vaccines, now we can prevent many dreaded diseases. Is that it? So, we could not have achieved this tremendous success in our health terms without the help of technology. We have, because of this, say, vaccines, because of these antibiotics, so different therapeutic discoveries, diagnostic discoveries, is not it? Because of those things, there is a continuous improvement in our health. health front, is not it? So, like we all know that India is having a rich legacy of science since ancient times. So, have you heard about Arjavatra? Which Arjavatra? Arjavatra? What is the name of our first satellite? Okay. So in the past 7 decades, so we got independence from British in 1947. Is not it? So in the past 7 decades, India has built satellites, sent probes to Moon and Mars. So many achievements in our country, in scientific achievements. Established nuclear power. We are one of the 5 nuclear power in the world. Then acquired nuclear weapons capability, demonstrated firepower in the form of range of missiles. What we are having, we are one of the country in the world which have intercontinental ballistic missile. Is not it? One of the 5 countries. Most of the major scientific areas, no? We are among the top 5 countries in the world. Undoubtedly, these are all fabulous achievement of Indian scientists and technologists. We can say that earlier, starvation was one of the important factor for high prevalence of undernutrition was in our country. Now to counter that, we had green revolution, white revolution, then blue revolution. What is green revolution? Yeah. Then what is white revolution? Milk. And blue revolution? Fish. Very good. So India today is known as pharmacy of the world. As Indian companies are supplying affordable drugs and vaccines to not only to developing countries, even to the developed countries. We are almost self-sufficient in the drugs, in the medicines. And we are the hub of pharmaceutical industry in the world. And we can supply not only to the developing country, we supply medicines to even to the developed countries like America, like European countries. Is not it? And do you know Indian system of medicine? It is one of the oldest. And the Ayurveda system of medicine is about 300 years old. And do you know about Sustrata and Soraka? Yeah. Sustrata is known for surgery. Very good. And Soraka? Yeah. So we have a rich heritage of science actually in India, if you see. Even the traditional folklore medicine, we are very rich. Even in Meghalaya, it's very rich in traditional folklore medicine. So, as I have already mentioned, technology has played important role in mitigating the traditional problem of infectious disease, malnutrition, emerging problem of NCDs. If you see the diseases, we can divide actually into 3 categories. One is infectious disease, another is nutritional problems, and another is non-communicable disease. Already Dr. Sharma has covered. Non-communicable disease, infectious disease. What are the major infectious diseases in our country? Tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is number 1 killer among the infectious diseases. Then among the non-communicable disease, what are the non-communicable diseases? Major killer? Yes. Cancer is important. Then cardiovascular disease. Now is the number 1 killer in our country. Is not it? So cancer is emerging. In Meghalaya and northeastern region, which cancer is most important? Oral cancer, orodigestive cancer. Oral to digestive tract. And that has been explored by the research conducted in Indian Council of Medical Research, which is located in Dubai, Regional Medical Research Center. And one scientist, Dr. R.K. Fukon, who is no longer in the world, now he has actually died. He did a lot of studies in cancer, in the area of cancer in all the states of northeastern region, and he has explored the burden of cancer in the region. And most of the cancers in this region is related to, yeah, very good. Most of the tobacco, 90% of our cancer is related to tobacco consumption. And another important factor is betel nut consumption. The tobacco is related to 90% of cancer in our country, in this region. So we have to be careful because tobacco is banned in Meghalaya. See, I have already mentioned technology has played an important role in mitigating traditional problems of infectious, malnutrition, and emerging diseases. Swadeshi, Paramparic invention and innovation have remarkably contributed in solving many important health issues in our country, from infectious disease to nutritional problems to non-communicable diseases. We are self-reliant in many aspects, where I don't say that we are 100% self-reliant in technology. But at least we can say that we are one of the power in the world, and we are emerging. So, for example, directly observed, if I am giving you some examples, say, which we have done, which are contribution of India through Indian Council of Medical Research. For example, I am giving you one example. Directly observed treatment short course, DOTS. Have you heard about DOTS? If you visit one PHC hospital, you will see banners, which is where it is written DOTS therapy. Directly observed treatment short course. What is that? This is a treatment strategy for tuberculosis. Now, I have already mentioned tuberculosis is biggest killer among the infectious diseases in our country. Maybe this year it will be COVID-19, but earlier it is COVID-19, tuberculosis. And in the world, if you see, tuberculosis is among the top 10 infectious diseases. Top 10 cause of killer in the world. Tuberculosis. So, what is the innovation of our country? You understand? Similarly, so we are planning to make our country TB free by 2025 by the use of this DOT strategy. Understand? So we are able to reduce the TB burden significantly. Now, hopefully we will be able to eliminate this disease by 2025. This is the goal of our Prime Minister of the country. Vaccine research in India has helped in developing vaccination strategies that have helped in containing many infectious diseases, including polio. So you know polio. Is polio now prevalent in our country? No. Since when? No polio is reported in our country since 2014 because of this polio vaccination. And India is remaining polio free since 2014. See, iodine deficiency disorder was a major public health problem in India, which is now under control due to introduction of iodized salt. The salt you consume nowadays, it contains iodine. Earlier, iodine deficiency disorder was a major public health problem in our country. You understand? It affects physical growth and mental growth. It affects both. So it was a major public health problem, and that problem is the severe form is almost zero in our country. The mild and moderate form may be severe, but severe form is already almost eliminated. Because of what? Iodized salt. And this is the innovation of Indian Council of Medical Research. So there are many examples which cannot be told in this short speech. Dr. Sharma has already mentioned about something like some vaccines against cholera, say ORS, oral rehydration therapy. Oral rehydration therapy was a cost-effective treatment for diarrhea. Many people died in diarrhea earlier, is not it? But because of this oral rehydration therapy, or maybe because of improvement in the sanitation and drinking water, there is a decline of diarrhea nowadays. In recent time, the fight against COVID-19, our country has proved that it's mettle not to go down during public health emergency. Indian public health scientists, doctors, researchers have been able to adopt strategies to effectively contain COVID-19. India took initiatives formulating strategies by building infrastructure in a very quick time, devising testing process, supporting crucial clinical trials for vaccines. Even before pursuit of COVID-19 vaccine developed, gained pace globally, India had achieved that the feat of isolating SARS-CoV coronavirus 2, one of the few countries to do so. So what happened actually, if we could isolate the SARS coronavirus from which we could develop the vaccines. India is one of the few countries in the world which have developed their own vaccines. We have vaccinated almost 180 crore vaccines dose we have given till now. Almost 180 crores. And almost all the vaccines are manufactured in our country. It is a proud moment for us actually. We have our own vaccine, Covaxin. It is an indigenously developed vaccine, is not it? So it is a proud moment for us. And that is a contribution of Indian Council of Medical Research. Such research and technological achievement of the country in the crucial junction showcase the immense strength of Atmanirbhar Bharat to fight the odds and stand tall in the global public health community. Digital health is latest innovative strategy in India, which is gradually adopting very fast in our country. Digital health. Digital health. What is digital health? We talk about nowadays. We talk about digital health. What is digital health? Any idea? Any idea? Because I am very happy that today's students are mainly sitting here. And what is digital health? Because during COVID-19, what happened? People cannot come. We have to maintain physical distancing. Everybody were scared to go even to hospital. So what happened? Audio visual, telemedicines. That we use the telemedicine to treat patients. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, there are some examples how our innovations have contributed in dramatic transformation of our health scenario and also contributed protecting health of our population during public health emergencies. India has made steady progress in health from over 7 decades. India is also committed to achieve Sustainable Development Goal. SDG, have you heard about SDG, Sustainable Development Goal? Which India has targeted to achieve it by 2030. Have you heard about Sustainable Development Goal, students? We have some goals to be achieved by 2030. And of those goals, 17 goals, number 3 goals is related to health. And there are 13 targets we have to achieve. And that India is committed to achieve SDG goals of good health and well-being of people by 2030. We have to achieve that by 2030. I am sure that to achieve SDG goals, science and technology will be extremely key. Role of science and technology will be extremely key. And we have proved that during COVID-19 pandemic that we are capable of becoming Atmanirbhar in science and technology. I hope that our country will invest more and more in research and development. We have enormous pool of young talents, and we need to develop research aptitude among them to achieve a greater height in technological development for sustainable future. Jai Hind. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Particular student for 2 minutes. Because it is not possible to tell many things in a short speech. At least, particularly ICMR contribution. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. So I think all of you liked the presentation, Dr. Medhi and Dr. Sharma. And I take this opportunity to thank Department of Science and Technology. They've invited us to be here with you and share our thoughts. And I thank the organizers, our director sir, and the Health and Science and Technology Department of Meghalaya. And on behalf of ICMR, I like to thank all the schools who have participated and the staff for coordinating this program through YouTube and YouTube channels and other media so that it is available for all the people in Meghalaya and your friends and who might not have joined today physically. Through digital media, you can reach. Moreover, there are some displays here you can see, and we have given some print material also along with the soft videos and all. You can have a look if you think like the videos probably Science and Technology will be sharing with the schools and others. And we will like to have ideas from you because you are the young talents, because you are the future of the nation, and we will like to have ideas from you so that in future you can contribute to the development of science and as a whole mankind in this country and the world. So I thank you and thank once more the Science and Technology Department for having this wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. S.K. Sharma, Scientist G of the ICMR, Regional Medical Research Center, Limburg. Thank you, sir. It's quite innovative. We knew, I think, all of us knew about what ICMR is doing and lots of opportunity for students. So we have here the students from the Allied Health Services from the Martin Luther Christian University, and they are studying what about the health services in Meghalaya and also most of the services which are there through medicine. So we will really thank you, and we also cherish that film, a small film on snake bites. These are very important information on snake information on snakes, because most of us we are very scared of snakes. Once we see the snake, we will kill it. And as you have said, that some of the snakes are non-poisonous, some of the snakes are poisonous, and they don't bite when they are not alarmed. So that is a very important information for us. Might be snakes is needed for control. It's a part of the bioresources which are there, and if they are not there, might be there can be plague also, where when the mice or the rats breed rampantly. We also like to thank Professor J.K. Medhi who is a medical doctor and head of the Department of Community Medicines of Negrims. We thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time. Your lecture was quite informative, and we have met. Most of us might have met Dr. Medhi in the hospital, and hopefully you'll be meeting him often if you go to Nagrins. We really thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time in spite of your busy schedule in your department. And I would like also to thank Dr. Pramit Ghosh, the faculty member of the ICMR Dibuga. We have met. Sir is a medical doctor. He once was there in Calcutta, in ICMR, and in a hospital, I believe. And he has joined the ICMR in Juba. And his work is quite eminent. And we really thank you, sir, for being with us today. And I believe we have enjoyed the lectures which are here. Should you need any information from a distinguished resource person over here, might be you can get their contact number on. There are lots of opportunity with ICMR, like what Dr. S.K. Shamal said. For students, you can do small project at your own school related to health. They can guide you and help you. And these small activities which are doing will go a long way to help the society as a whole. Even from the students from the Martin Luther Christian University also. You'll be involved after passing out. You'll be extremely involved with the health scenario of our state. And please take whatever you get from here, all the knowledge. And I would like to request you to take the opportunity of the presence of the resource person over here. Might be you can get their contact number, and you will know whatever you need or whatever the opportunity which is there for you to get from ICMR. We have here distinguished guests also from Vigyan Prasad. She's Dr. Sandeep Barwa, very prominent figure in Vigyan Prasad. Vigyan Prasad, as I've told you, is an autonomous body of the Department of Science and Technology, looking after the scope we have seen here. Scope, that means the science, communication, popularization, and its extension. Scope in short. And they are looking after the popularization and communication of science in the whole country as a whole. And we really thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time to visit us. As I've said, we cannot gather more people because of the restriction in the permission which we have got. 1/3 of the capacity of this room is more than that we cannot accommodate. We have just selected participants from here, some numbers from different parts, so that everybody get the opportunity. And also we are arranged a parallel session as this in Tura also for the benefit of the people, of the students in that region. We have with us also one students innovator who won an award in the Inspire Mana, and he has kept one of his innovation. We had 4 from the state. I tried to call them all the 4 of them, but because they are in the midst of the exams, so only Mr. Huru Dalut Dakhar from Shillong College. He was once a student. He has kept his small innovation. We might think that okay, this is also an innovation. Okay, but we most of us would say this is nothing, no, but this is what he has done is an innovation. There is one child from Tura who innovate or who had made a prototype where he can dry clothes. Okay, only with one pole which is there. Okay, you can dry many clothes over there using his technique. So it's very innovative. It can be done. This idea might have got into us also, but we don't come out of it. Okay, we don't produce that idea into works. So this will inspire each and every one of us, a few participants, and also us who are here. Uh, we we at this present moment we have children from the school who has an innovative idea and they want to share it with us at this point of time. I would like to call, okay, video is there. If who will start first? Okay, yeah, yeah. Come, come. We have one of a child from 7 seconds. Oh, Bajulia, sorry. From Bajulia School. He'll present his innovative idea at this present moment. And after that, his friend also can do so after him. In fact, we are having an online competition also on innovative ideas and also the offline at this present moment. Yesterday, day before yesterday also, we have kept an idea box over here. Anyone from here who have an innovative idea, which you think that this idea can be materialized to help the society, you can write down in your notebook, small piece of paper. You can drop it here. We will open it after the end of the program. Then we will give a prize for the best 3 innovations. Okay, innovative idea. Yeah, hello, sir.
So, a very good morning to everybody present here. My name is Pratyush Kumar. I am from BK Bajoria School and I study in class 8. So, this is the presentation. You can continue with the next. So, firstly, I would like to thank Almighty for His love, support, and guidance. And secondly, I would also like to thank my school Bajoria and all my beloved teachers who gave this opportunity to me to present my innovative idea here. And my sincere thanks also goes to my parents, my cousin brothers, and my science sir who for the overwhelming support in this completion of this project. So my innovative idea is of an electronically powered motor assisted cycle which I have named it EP Mac. So I have made this design as well. So it is a cycle which is assisted by a DC powered electronic motor which will be converting electric energy to kinetic energy and vice versa. And it runs on lithium ion battery which is rechargeable, it's easy to use and simple to charge. This innovation can be made easily at home. It just requires a normal without gear cycle 12 volts, 100 ampere hour lithium ion battery or whichever battery you would like to use. It may be a powerful one for heavy use and you require a 600 watt electric motor. So you can also use electric motor which is of a higher capacity, more than 600 watt or less than 600 watt. You can we require electrical wires and require a switch. So this is how it works. There is a button switch, there are electrical wires, the motor is connected to the chain and the battery powers the electronic motor. It works in a simple yet different way when compared to e-bikes. It has lithium-ion battery which is powering the electric motors and making the cycle ride like an e-bike. Next slide, please. So I made this innovation thinking the problems associated with normal cycles. As I own a cycle myself, I face a difficulty by coming to school because I have to climb a lot, I have to ride in hilly areas. So that is the problem I also find along in other plain regions. So why my invention is going to help and make people's life better when compared to using normal cycles. So it is easy and very effortless to use. It has a higher range. It can be used in various environments, including all muddy areas and areas having rough land. It can be used by children to old age people, since children who are unable to pedal can use the switch, and even the people who are actually weak, physically weak, they can also use it. And speed is little higher than a normal cycle. While the problems with other cycles, as I said, it was easy, but it was very tiring to use. And range was generally less. Range actually depended on the people who are pedaling it. So it has a low riding capacity since I also face that. When I sit along with my friend, I am unable to pedal. So uses becomes difficult also with normal cycles in difficult environment. It can't be used by people not having enough power to pedal. And speed depends on the cycle on manpower and usually less in long rides. So to counter this problem, actually I have made this innovation. And please next slide. Yes. And also a cycle is a riding companion of 58% daily commuters in India. So decades earlier, almost all people in India they didn't have cars, bikes, or other IC engine, internal combustion engine vehicles. So actually, they all use cycle for their daily commute. Then cycle also became an emotion of the people who were born in the 20th and 21st century. It was used by kids, it was used by adults, it was also used by old age people. But since bikes came, other IC engine or internal combustion engine vehicles came, we almost forgot cycle. We didn't use it anymore. So, so that is why I have made this invention. So my invention is going to help in many ways. People won't be getting tired pedaling since there is an electric motor to assist you or an electric motor which will be powering and you will not have to pedal. So you will be sitting, you will have to turn on the switch and you will be only taking turns and using the handle. And people also get tired when they use IC engine vehicles, especially with motorbikes. They have to accelerate, they have to brake, they have to change gears. But in this, you have to just switch it on and then it starts moving and you just have to do is to take turns. So you won't be getting tired using this. And children can't use actually the vehicles which are fitted with internal combustion engines because they require a license. But this is not going to require a license, so almost all people can use it. And the students which are living far away from the school will also be benefited since they can come to school by themselves or with somebody. So I'll be explaining about its parts in detail. It has a lithium-ion battery. So why lithium-ion battery? Why not a sulfuric acid or another acid car battery? So lithium-ion battery is a dry car battery. It's a dry cell battery actually. So in case of an accident, the problem comes that the case might break and the acid may spill over. But since it's a dry battery, there's no dangers. It's not dangerous, there is no danger. So the parts of the cycle can also be made waterproof with a specialized casing. So the battery will be a 12 volt 100 ampere hour lithium ion battery, or you can choose any battery of your capacity of your choice. And this will be powering the motor for 1 hour and will be making the motor run approx 20 km. So EPMAC also has a 600 watt electromagnetic motor. So why electric motor? So electric motor is a good choice because it can also be used to generate electricity. So when you are not using the electricity to drive the motor, when you are paddling, it will also be generating electricity and charging the battery itself. So you won't be running out of electricity or charge in the battery when you will be pedaling. So it can be like 20 kilometers, the battery will run, make the electric motor run, the cycle will run itself. And after 20 kilometers, then you can power it for some kilometers. Then again, when you have charge, then you can again use that electric motor. So there are also some additional features available. So this EP Max battery can be charged even at home with a 100 watt to 200 watt home charger, because sometimes after coming from office or anyway you are tired and you don't want to pedal and charge it, then you can directly just take it out and then charge it. So that will also be a feature. And you can also charge the battery by pedaling, and you can also use the battery as an inverter battery since it's detachable, and you can run appliances up to 600 watt. So in case there is no light, you can use this battery as well for your home appliances. You can apply a double stand on EP Mac and you can pedal. This way nowadays I've seen people having a cycle which they use for workout. They actually pedal it. So you can use this also for pedaling, and this will be charging the battery. This charged battery can be used to run appliances at your house, saving electricity. So there, you can also put accessories such as smartwatch holders, analog watch holders, mobile phone holders, torch holders, etc. at the middle of both the handles, so that you can stay connected, you can navigate, check time, and stay tuned on the go. So this was my invention. This is designed to fit the commuting needs of all people and will lead to pollution-free traveling, which won't harm our environment. Thank you.
How much is the weight? How much is the weight of the battery?
Yes.
The weight of the battery? How much?
It was around 100 kg. It will be like 100 kgs.
What is the weight?
Like 50 to 60. It depends upon which kind of battery you are using, a bigger capacity or smaller.
No, for cycle you need a small battery. No?
Yeah, this much.
But it will be heavy, no?
So actually the electric motor will be traveling soon.
Okay, Anna. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. No problem. Thank you very much. Anyone? Yeah. Someone?
Good morning to all of you present here. I am Sarthak Kumar Pathak from BK Baduria School. Today I am going to say on about improvisation of bike lanes in India. So many of you may be thinking, what is a bike lane? A bike lane is a road or path intended for the use of cycles. It is only used for passing of cycles. A bike lane is located directly adjacent to motor vehicles, travel lanes, and follows the same direction as motor vehicle traffic. Bike lanes designate an exclusive space for bicyclists through use of pavement markings and optional signs. So basically, a bike lanes look like this. For walking, we have footpath, and for motor vehicles, we have public roads. So why not a passage for cycles? Improvement of bike lanes in India. Bike lanes are not well established in India, and there is a need for its improvisation. For instance, in our city, there are public roads provided for car and motor vehicles, footpath for walking, so why not a specific path for cycling? Cycles are eco-friendly and do not have any bad impact on the environment. People can use cycle for a daily workout or even for a travel purpose. But people hesitate to use it because they do not have provided with a specific path to move along. Parents do hesitate to allow their children to ride cycles as a daily purpose. Many people, for their safety, ride their bicycles on footpath, which is provided for the walking of people. So they find themselves difficult as the crowd is compared slow to a public road. And cycles are not as fast as compared to a fast car or a motorcycle, which may rush and lead to a severe accident. How bicycles benefit our health. Bicycles also helps in keeping us healthy and mentally fit. There are many benefits of riding a cycle. In terms of when we ride a cycle, our whole body is involved in some physical or mental exercise. Our legs undergoes refraction and contraction. Our hand is also in a state of exercise which we may not notice. Handling it keeps our mind focused and concentrated. Riding a cycle benefits us with most medical aid. For example, it helps us to reduce back pain tremendously. It increases flexibility of muscles and helps in cardio related diseases, thus keeping our heart much active and preventing us from cardio-related diseases. Along with medical aid, it does benefit in mental state also. It keeps our body nerves active, boosts our confidence, releasing serotonin and dopamine, which aids mentally too. Thus, we came to know that cycle is the best mean of transport which one should use it rather than a car or motorcycle, which in turn help us, our environments, reduce pollution, etc., and provides us with a better mental and medical aid. So there is a need for bike lanes to be established all over India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Satak Pathak and your friends, for your innovative idea. Uh, I would like to request if Haru Darud is here. Is he here? Okay, yeah. Okay. You can show your innovation, okay? You can come and just explain so that they'll have an idea of what we can do, what innovation is, okay? Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Horodel Kakar, and I am studying in class 12 from Shillong College. My project is a smart writing board, as you all can see. It is attached with two watches. On my left, it is a reverse watch in which we can adjust how much time or how many time we are going to spend on a particular question. And on my left, it is a normal watch. This clipboard will help you during your exam or in your practicing at home. It is mainly based for those people who cannot afford to buy watches, or sometimes we even forget our watch at home. during our exam. So it is mainly for students or for any of those who want to increase their speed in writing. And with this watch attached to this keyboard, those students who face difficulty in writing their specific answer during exam, they can see how much time they have spent on that question in which they do not know the answer. If they spend more than 5 minutes, they can go for to answer another question. So it is mainly based on how they use it, how they will uh, how they will use it in their manner. So it is just a simple modification of those clipboard that we use in the exam. So it is just simply modification. So that's it.
Yeah, that was some kind of an innovation. Yeah, it's quite simple, but it is an innovation, quite novel, which can help the student in writing the exams. We have some clips, okay, some clips by one of the award-winning child uh, who won the Inspire Manak Award. We just play once. Then there are also some innovation, grassroots innovation videos where we can understand about innovations. We just play it for you to see and think about it.
Hello, my name is Vigyan Sarvatra Pujyate. The project I have developed is the circle dot single with a global within people object this problem while drying up their clothes during winter and rainy seasons. So this prototype will be of immense help in such situations. Now let me demonstrate how it works. I have used 12-volt batteries to power and lower and heater fitted inside. We use PVC pipe for the stand. When I switch on the power, the warm air comes out from this hole. Now I am feeling the warm air will help dry up the clothes faster. Thank you.
You see, this is a colleague of Harun Duran from Garo Hills. He's a student in a government school, and the main problem with him is that in Garo Hills during rainy seasons, it's very it's very hard to dry the clothes. So he innovate this equipment so that he can dry his clothes in a very faster way, in a faster way. And he also has won an award in the Inspire Malak program. And we request the students, especially the school students, this is the schemes, or this is the program for school children. So the teachers, the principals can go into the website of Inspire Malak. Then they can register your ideas over there. Then after your idea is being taken, selected, they will give you some money to make a prototype out of it. Okay, and now we will show you the innovation of the grassroots people. Okay, from people from grassroots like farmers, painter, so on and so forth, which can inspire us also to innovate. Please.
And and oh,
So as you can see from one of the innovations, which is also known as the Apple Clipper, you can see the one of the hardest things to do is maybe climb up a tree, or maybe when normally we use a long cane. But in the demonstration that was seen, a cable was tied to a sort of a clutch wire, wherein there's a clipper at the end, and in doing so, while activating, you can actually activate the clipper using your hand, as can be seen here. So this can be acted as a clutch, but when we see, there's a cable which is attached to the clipper. So when you want to pluck apples or whatever fruits, it makes the job a lot easier. This is the clipper. So this is also a very simple innovation, but the ingenuity, it definitely fulfills the function. So this is one of the innovations. So I'll show you another clip, which is also an innovation. So from the student side, what do you think this innovation is all about? What is its use? Excuse me? Okay, so this innovation is basically used to climb trees and making climbing of trees easier, right? So this is also one of the innovations from the grassroots level. And as you understand that as we grow older, okay, we find a bit difficulty in climbing trees, especially very tall trees. So in Meghalaya, in regions where there are coconut trees or maybe betel nut trees, it's very hard for maybe even women or small kids or old people to climb up trees. So this is one of the innovations which can be used in our region. So I hope students also get motivated and inspired after seeing these demonstrations. And maybe we can come up with your own version, with your own ideas to design such innovations, okay? So we'll jump on to the next clip. So I'll play the clip one more time. So as the title says, it's a washing machine innovated from a scooter. See, innovation is all about thinking outside the box and using whatever materials and tools that are made available to you. In this video, you see that I think everyone has seen what a washing machine is, right? So what do you require basically? You require a motor, and most of your motors that you have at home are not run by diesel or petrol, right? So the electrical motors. So in this particular instance, we see a man substituting the electrical motor with his own scooter motor. Okay? So, and using a chain which is used, and this is the region here, a chamber where all the clothes are kept in. So as the rotor rotates, this chamber also rotates, which fulfills the function of washing the clothes. Okay, so this is one of the outside of the box thinking demonstrations. So this is one of the grassroots innovations that we've come across. See, sometimes it's very hard to come up with ideas, but the only struggle is to think outside the box of maybe what if I can do something very differently than what is already being done. So if you can think of ways of how you can solve problems other than the solutions already being provided to you or solved beforehand, you are already an innovator. So this is what I do. See, look this man, what is he doing? Normally he's using a hand-operated pump. And you can see the tools that are available to him at any grassroots level because we've seen so many demonstrations about like cycles. And as you can see that one of the most popular modes of transportation is in cycles, especially in villages, right? So what are the tools available to them? The tools available to them are basically cycle parts. And what did this person do? He just used the cycle chain, cycle pedal, right? And easily available materials such as pipes. And he used this to transform it into what we call as a water pump. Look, it's an amazing innovation. So again, like I said, I just want to stress that in order to be an innovator, you have to think outside of the box. Okay, so another innovation here that comes straight from Mizoram is how many of your moms and dads they love eating betel nut, or which we call kwai? Please raise up your hand. Kwai? Moms and dads? Okay. So anyway, even if you go outside of this hall, along the streets, what do you find? People selling betel nut kwai, right? You call them? So it is one of the most prominent I would say, prominent snacks, refreshments, you might say, for most of the grown-ups here. So from Mizoram, they have actually designed this and innovated this machine wherein it makes the peeling of those areca nuts much faster. Normally, when we peel kwai or areca nut, what we use is using a knife, and it takes quite some time. So let me just show you a demonstration of this. So what do we do? So as you can see, areca nuts are being placed here in the machine. And they switch it on like a microwave timer, put the lid on, there are blades inside running normally to the direction of the coin, and there we go. What do we get? Polished beetle nut. And the husk, we can use it for various purposes, but that's not the issue. So using this innovation, we can save a lot of time, especially for a lot of Kongs here. Because as you know, a lot of our people here derive their livelihood from selling kwai. And it'll give them so much of time to work on other things instead of peeling kwai. So this is one of the innovations that has come straight from Mizoram. So if you want to see this demo of this Aragana peeler, there's one at the back, maybe after the presentation. So you can have a look there.
આઈડિયા તો ખેતી કરવામાં તો ખર્ચ કેમ ઘટાડ એક મહિનો રાત દિવસ મહેનત કરી અને ટ્રેક્ટર તૈયાર થઈ ગયું આ ટ્રેક્ટર બનાવવાથી મને ખૂબ ફાયદો થયો ખેડૂતોને આજુબાજુના વિસ્તારમાં ખેડૂતો જોઈને ખૂબ ખુશ થઈ ગયા આ ટેકનોલોજી.
So not much to be said about that innovator, but of his own knowledge, so he made his own tractor. So that's an amazing job. Now I would like maybe to invite Basim. So anyway, we'll just have a look at this video. Okay, so as you can see, this is one of the innovators, okay, that has designed this extremely environmental friendly crematorium. And as per the knowledge that we have acquired, it also takes very less fuel to maybe to mate this bodies or after funerals So this is also a local innovation done by one of our local innovators. Now there's another innovation which is going to speak now.
ત્યારે મારી સામે અગ્રવા માટે એક આકાર હતું. તો કોઈ વસ્તુ મને રોકે એ કેમ થાય? તે માત્ર દોડી ચાલી મુશ્કેલીમાંથી બહાર કાઢે.
Okay. So that was a very short clip, but as you can see that the person in the video is differently abled. But in life, just because we're differently abled or maybe challenged by various ways of how life puts us through doesn't mean that it's a full stop. As such, we just need to put our minds together and think outside the box again and challenge these challenges. So in this video, as you can see, this man here has faced the challenge of not being able to ride a scooter or commute from one place to the other, but here he has come up with a solution to solve this problem. So this is one of the innovators. I hope the children watching this are inspired and motivated by looking at the videos. Are you inspired and motivated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I want you to do is when you leave this hall, or maybe from tomorrow, day after tomorrow, try to open your eyes. That is the first step for innovation. The first step for innovation is to open your eyes. There's a term which is called seeing, okay? But seeing and observing is very different. When you see something, it just passes through your eyes. When you observe things, you digest it inside your mind, right? So the first key to innovation is to see, then observe, then digest. What is the problem that I see in front of me? And once you do that, your brain maybe will not work immediately. Maybe when you sleep at night, your subconscious mind will come up with a solution for it. Okay? So is that clear? So can you do that for me? Maybe when you go home today, on the way, just write down 5 things that is bothering you with whatever you're seeing. Okay? Can you do that? Okay. Very good. So we're going to watch this video and it will highlight what we were just speaking about.
Is it time to appreciate that an idea may be as unique as a country's identity and culture?
There is always a continuing inertia in any society. You have to nudge the system to change. So innovations are a precursor of a state of being where people say, look, I'm not satisfied with what's happening around me, and therefore let us try to find a new solution to the problem that they are facing.
In 1988, Professor Anil Gupta got thinking about how creative knowledge holders across rural India were not being acknowledged by the system. In search of a fair solution, he came upon the metaphor of the honeybee.
Honeybee does what intellectuals don't do. It does cross-pollination. The flowers don't feel short-changed when they attract the bees. And third, whatever honey they collect, they don't keep it themselves.
So the honeybee network was born. It brings together like-minded individuals, innovators and farmers, policymakers, entrepreneurs and non-governmental organizations. It promotes people-to-people learning, cross-pollination of ideas in local languages, and an acceptance of individual and community creativity. It protects people's knowledge rights and shares the benefits. Mansukh Bhai was born into a family of traditional potters. But he wanted to move beyond traditional clayware.
मुझको कुछ नया करने का मिट्टी में से बहुत शौक है, लेकिन वो भी ऐसा काम करना चाहता हूँ मैं कि न पर्यावरण को नुकसान होना चाहिए, न हमारा हेल्थ को नुकसान होना चाहिए.
Over a decade, he has developed an entire range of products that include water filters, creatively designed and assembled non-stick clay pans, inspired earthen pressure cookers. But what he is most known for is his Mitti Cool, a refrigerator made of clay.
गुजरात में जब 2001 में भूकंप आया, भूकंप की वजह से सब सारे मिट्टी टूट गए. तो कोई अखबार वाले ने लिखा कि गरीबों का फ्रिज टूट गया. तो मेरे दिमाग में आया कि मटका ही गरीबों के लिए फ्रिज होता है. तो हमने सोचा कि हम एक मिट्टी का जो फ्रिज बनाएंगे, इसमें न बिजली की जरूरत होगी, न मेंटेनेंस होना चाहिए, और इसके अंदर रखा हुआ सब्जियां और फ्रूट कम से कम 5 से 8 दिन फ्रेश रहना चाहिए.
It took him 3 years and many attempts. He experimented with various soil and fridge designs. He mortgaged his family home. Finally, in 2005, he came up with his Mitti Cool fridge.
मेरे दिमाग की बात करो तो मैं चंचल हूँ, इसी जगह पे नहीं बैठता हूँ. कुछ न कुछ करना चाहिए, कुछ न कुछ इनोवेशन करना चाहिए. बस दिमाग ही ऐसा भगवान ने बनाया है कि एक जगह पे स्थिर नहीं.
If you look at the machines that he has invented, or the big film that he has made, or the refrigerator to be made, all these are very complex machineries. Lot of mind, lot of thinking has gone into them. They are systematic innovations.
Mansukh Bhai is a serial grassroots innovator who pursued his dream with a vision that reflects a combination of traditional knowledge and technology inputs.
We need to develop frugal innovations, innovations which cost less but compromise not the least on the quality of service and the product.
It has never been about one person or one organization or even one idea. These are efforts based on intuition, experience, and limited resources. In 1993, out of the Honeybee Network, Srishti emerged as a voluntary organization to build a value chain around the innovations.
We were a great believer in the fact that formal science and technology can add tremendous value to the people's knowledge. Unless we add value, unless we link the innovation investment enterprise, it wouldn't work.
It gave rise to GYAN, a regional incubator for converting innovations into enterprise.
So each institutional innovation that took place in the progression of Honeybee Network's activities was essentially a response to a gap that existed in the ecosystem.
As the institutions grew organically, it enabled more people to find their own solutions.
You know that our society is very compliant, very conformist. So this indefatigable spirit of dissent, the ability to defy the authority and come out with their ideas, every innovator in that sense is also someone who is rebelling against the order, isn't it?
Born in a small village of handloom weavers, Mallesham was but a 20-year-old when he started on his dream project.
to innovate on what had remained the status quo for centuries.
నా కమ్యూనిటీ కాపాడుకోవాలంటే ఏదో కొత్త క్రియేట్ చేయాలి. నాకు తెలిసిన జ్ఞానాన్ని వాళ్ళకి చూపించాలి, వాళ్ళ కష్టాలు తగ్గించాలి, వాళ్ళ ఆర్థికంగా వాళ్ళని అభివృద్ధి పరచాలి అనే ఒక ఎప్పటికప్పుడు నాకు మెదులుతున్న ఒక ఆలోచన భావన.
In traditional Pochampalli weaving, the yarn goes through different processes before reaching the loom, mostly done by women. One of the hand winding steps is known as asu, which involves a continuous hand movement around semicircular beds, 9,000 times for one sari. This asu process left Malaysian's mother with a lifelong discomfort.
ఇలాంటి పనిని మొదటగా మా అమ్మ చేస్తుండేది. తను బాగా అంటే రోజు చేస్తూ ఇబ్బంది పడుతూ, ఈ పని చేయడానికి మీకు చాలా కష్టం ఉంది, ఈ పని మీరు చేయలేరు, నేను వేరే పని చేసుకోండి బిడ్డ అని తను నాతో ఊరికే అనుకునేదన్నమాట.
His answer was inventing a mechanized asu. Malaysian dropped out of school when he was just 13. The process often seemed a hopeless endeavor that stretched over 7 years. In the end, he did succeed.
Malaysia is an example where formal knowledge, education is not essential to be creative. And he's continuously proving that point time and again by improving what he has done and finding new things.
చేతి పైన చేస్తే ఒక చీరకు 6 గంటల సమయం పడుతుంది. అదే ఈ మిషన్ పైన చేస్తే ఒక చీర చుట్టడానికి 1.5 hours ఇది పూర్తవుతుంది.
Not satisfied, he taught himself software programming and is working on the digital prototype of the asu. The Lakshmi asu, named after his mother, has changed the landscape of weaving in the area and the life of women in the community.
There is a beautiful word in Hindi and Sanskrit and many other languages called as Samvedana. Sam means equal, Vedana means pain.
हमारे गांव का जो कुआं है, वहाँ एक बूढ़ी माँ पानी पीते हैं, ऐसा करके मेरी हाथ खाए, ऐसा करके मैंने देखा, मैं उसके पर कुछ करूँ.
When I internalize, when I feel the pain of someone else as intensely as that person feels it, then that pain becomes mine.
और पुली बनाने की शुरुआत की, उसके बाद मैं और भरत ने दोनों मिलकर उसको कर दिया, तो काम सही होती है.
There are innovators who are troubled by the pain and inconvenience of others and try to solve those problems.
For inclusive development to happen, we have to understand the richness inherent in the mind of the people.
The language shapes the habit of thought. And another example of that is bottom of the pyramid. As if people are at the bottom of all pyramids. Economic pyramid, ethical pyramid, knowledge pyramid, institutional pyramid. No. These people that we are talking about, the 30 people, are not poor in creativity. They are not poor in ethics.
Amrit Bhai, at 68 years of age, is a remarkable example. A compassionate soul, his life experiences have pushed him to find solutions to problems faced by people around him.
इस काम पर कौन सी मुश्किल है वो मैं देखता हूँ और उसका मैं विचार करता हूँ वो कैसे मैं हल करता हूँ.
One of his early innovations is the tilting bullock cart. The basic design of the Indian bullock cart has been the same for hundreds of years, with the harsh burden falling on the animals. Amrit Bhai conceived the idea of a bullock cart which would be similar to a tractor, with a hydraulic system for lifting the trolley. He has also developed several innovative farm implements, including a wheat sowing box and a groundnut digger. He has mentored his son Bharat, who has invented a reciprocating windmill, among others.
पीछे की पीढ़ी को कुछ नया देंगे और अच्छा देंगे।
Amrit Bhai is also on a perpetual hunt for people who have come up with creative ideas.
जिस लोग गाँव में रहते हैं उसके पास कुछ ज्ञान है, वो ज्ञान तो है लेकिन अनुभव के साथ ज्ञान।
Till date, he has scouted about 96 entries across the state and discovered about 50 innovators and traditional knowledge holders. Drawing upon such experiences, the National Innovation Foundation was set up in 2000.
So the whole chain from scouting and documentation to validation to value addition, business development, risk capital, intellectual property protection, dissemination, all these functions were incorporated in the institutional structure of NIF.
The core belief is that when creative people, irrespective of economic standing or formal education, come together to craft their own ecosystems, it helps make the world more collaborative. Looking for a low-cost alternative to pump water in their fields, Mehtar and his brother Mushtaq devised a simple windmill made up of bamboo and tin sheets from less than $100. An innovation triggered by their own needs, for using diesel sets was draining their resources.
That is, windmill is innovative not because there is anything new in terms of the way it spans or the way it pumps water. It is new because Mushtaq Ahmed and Mehtar Hussain asked two questions which engineers don't ask. Does it matter whether our paddy field is filled up, is irrigated in 4 hours or 40 hours? And does it matter whether water comes to the field uniformly or in spurts? So they devised a windmill without a gearbox.
এদিন মই মেক্সিলাৰ মেচিন এটা দি মানে মেচিন চিলাই আছিলোঁ, তেতিয়া দেখিলোঁ যে তাৰমানে যিটো হুইলটো ঘূৰি ঘূৰি মানে এই মানে ভিডিঅ'টো মানে বেজিকটো মাৰি থাকে।
This formed an image in his mind. One day, while resting in the field, he observed a kite in the sky. And that triggered the thought of harnessing wind energy in some way. The brothers had never seen or heard of a windmill before.
আমি দিয়ে চিন্তা কৰি এটা উইণ্ডমিলৰ ড্ৰয়িং কৰিলোঁ, ড্ৰয়িং কৰি আমি দুয়োজনে ফিল্ডত স্থাপন কৰিলোঁ।
The initial attempts were made of bamboo, wood, old tires, and tin, all locally available resources. Their windmill has now been adapted to pump out brine in the salt pans of Gujarat.
So from eastern fringe of our country, the western end of our society, the erosion moved. So therefore we must recognize that it is not just that people solve problems, but sometimes they can push the frontiers of our understanding, frontiers of our science and technology.
Over 25 years, the Scouting for Grassroots Innovators has been an exciting challenge, involving extensive fieldwork to search for experimenters and knowledge experts in local communities.
There were 23 Gram Vidyapit Gandhian institutions in Gujarat. We asked the students when we invited them for this purpose of scouting, they look for 3 things. Tell us examples of what you have learned in your life which are interesting, intriguing, or inspiring. So when they shared their experiences, we underlined, oh yes, this is what we're looking for. And that was the orientation. Boys and girls went to villages on foot, one village to another, and discovered thousands and thousands of people.
The quest for innovators has also involved journeys into the interiors of the country to learn from the life and experiences of people.
In a workshop of people, farmers, innovators, we asked this question as to how do we improve our efficiency in learning? And they said, why don't we work together? So this idea was taken forward and the concept of Shobhyatra was born.
These semi-annual Shodhyatras involve treks through rural Indian villages to uncover innovative thinking, to meet people who solve problems through their presence of mind, to honor them, and to encourage the curiosity of children.
And in summer we go to places which are hot, in winter we go to the places which are cold. Idea of voluntary suffering. We would organize biodiversity competition in the Shodhyatra, we would organize idea competition, we would organize recipe competition. Basically to uncover knowledge of women, of children, of adults. So this concept of Shodhyatra is a concept to celebrate creativity at the doorstep of the people who have solved problems.
Along the way, they also collect information and acknowledge traditional knowledge experts, which include only the healers who have developed unique products. What is common to these innovators is an innate curiosity and the strength to never give up. Dhananveer is a farmer and a herbalist who has redefined enterprise with his multi-purpose food processing machine that makes possible on-farm processing of herbs, flowers and fruits.
मैंने तो ये सोच के मशीन बनाई थी, चाहे इसको आंवले के खेत में ले जाओ वहीं काम करो, मिर्ची के खेत में ले जाओ वहीं चिली सॉस बनाओ, और गुलाब के खेत में ले जाओ वहीं गुलाब जल बनाओ. फार्म फ्रेश क्या है? फार्म फ्रेश वही है जो फार्म का प्रोसेस हो.
An inherent interest in herbs and their healing properties led him to plant aloe vera in his farm. But he needed something to process the yield into useful products. He was ready with the first prototype in 2006 for juice extraction of aloe vera. He modified it and used it to extract essence as well. Still not satisfied, he made more improvements till he could use the machine for processing several farm produce. His innovation is a freestanding cylindrical unit which can extract, pulverize, mix and grind raw materials, and also acts as a boiler, sterilizer and a cooker. It can work with aloe vera, flowers, herbs, fruits and vegetables, nuts and spices.
पहले वो जब भी कोई ऐसी चीज लगती है कि हमारी लेबर की बचत हो सकती है, हमारा ही काम जो है ना तो एकदम जल्दी हो सकता है, क्या इसके ऊपर मशीन बना सकते हैं जो इस फील्ड में नहीं है, या हमारे देश के विज्ञान ने खोज करके कुछ हमारे बीच में लेकर के आ रहे हैं, क्या उनसे अलग हम कुछ कर सकते हैं?
At times, Dhananveer also joins the Shodhyatras, like other innovators, to encourage people to think differently and allow them to use his innovation and improvise on it, resulting in a cross-pollination of ideas.
Accessibility is beyond just awareness. Accessibility is beyond just showing the solution. Accessibility is to convert my aspiration into my capacity along with the willingness to get the solution, experiment on it, see whether I need to improve upon it, and then I benefit from it. The need for what they call as mass sourcing, crowdsourcing is emerging.
Crowdsourcing results in a vibrancy of ideas. When it lends itself to a large number of novel initiatives, it represents an open source ideology.
Now, there are many ways in which open innovation platform works. We can pose a challenge, they come out with a solution. We pose an unmet need, and they suggest how to fill that need. Ideally, the mass sourcing should generate employment opportunities, self-employment opportunities all over the country. Many times we don't realize that the problems that common people face are not just in India, but many other parts of the world. And sometimes many of these problems are common. So what a person has developed in Kerala could be useful to many people. And it was not surprising that a professor from Boston also imported tree climber because she wanted her students to study biodiversity on the top of the tree canopy. So we have what we call as G2G model.
G2G, or grassroots to global, stands for a system of reverse globalization where grassroots innovations and products have a potential to reach global markets. The key to social improvement lies in sourcing ideas from the ground up. And till date, 174,000 ideas, innovations, or traditional knowledge practices have been mobilized across India. The need of the hour is to link all knowledge-rich, economically poor people with modern institutions of science and technology, design, venture funds, manufacturing and marketing, to scale up their innovations.
Inclusive innovation requires creativity which is imbued with compassion and works through collaboration. Every single person of our country and for the matter of the world should believe, should have this faith that they are capable of generating creative solutions.
Can India become the largest provider of open source technology in the world? Can innovation be recognized as instruments of empowerment? Can local knowledge, culture, and institutions bring about a mental revolution? It is happening, and the future is an exciting possibility.
So with that, I hope you've paid attention to the video. And with that, we'd like you all to go for lunch. We'll break for lunch. And after that, we'll have a very special presentation on another innovative idea from a young innovator from St. Edmund's Higher Secondary School. So please let us break for lunch and we'll be coming back. We'll be having lunch for 30 minutes, okay? So let's just all go outside. Lunch has been stacked out there for you. So please grab your lunch boxes. And one more request, at the entrance of the gate, before leaving, there's a huge poster there, so we would like you to give your feedback. So good or bad, doesn't matter, but can you kindly please give your feedback also. There's a huge poster at the back, so please make sure you don't miss to give your feedback.
So like we can put our ideas there.
Yeah.
So,
As many ideas as you want.
so like for today the competition.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So one is innovative ideas.
So what can I send
In online? Online you can definitely how to log in?
can I send you the so sir, the soft copy will also be taken in the
If you have more ideas about this, you can just drop them in the box. And we'll have a look at it. Okay.
Alright, so when will be the results?
We'll announce not I mean the results, but we'll announce when the date will be. Of the results will be declared. But we want to culminate the entire declaration on this Monday. So on Monday, we just keep prepared. We just announce.
So Monday, yeah.
Yeah, what's your Monday? So if you don't have people no worries, we'll still be this. No worries about us. Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah, why not? If you have like okay, you just send me from no. It's in WhatsApp. You send it to me. Yeah, my records are very old.
you would have only all years. Oh, I once if you're not fully here again, then you must be agreeing for 6 months. Then my wife is here 3 months. Then after feeding properly, now she marketed even though 100 days of lots of people. So this one kid was able to participate in 30 rupees. The other some other rupees that will look upside.
Under the industrial system. Now the cities of this industry effective our land now because we have no I can
Not to do that much of it.
usually in this
More sons, more children, complete short. Not to more children.
so you want to like
Yeah, more children.
so here so the
Ngoài cái này cái thằng nhảy tay phải tới.
They produce a lot of more wages. Now, Shillong is patriarchal society. Now, Abu Mishra, Abu Mishra is Guwahati. He is now chairman of state police.
15 months. They're not only
Yeah, in Pedro. He rarely goes. He rarely
Actually, I've been working on the trade lips which is going to be translated in 3D. Yeah. I'm trying to trade TR.
You will join.
Not few, actually, because it will set a lot of trading costs.
Okay.
Where are you from? Well, I'm from the Bulgaria.
So you were not invited to going there. So after
This will be for the industry
to the Assamese break.
with the state, with the
You are
government
the
wants to
professor.
set up
After the ministry.
they work on this also. I remember. Pardon? Sir?
Oh, yeah, he is working for a long time. We get the working for
He was the very instrumental in our program, no? Initial stage. He travels and again, and he could really go big the monster, no? Dynamic also, that time, dynamic also, okay. That time, bisa menjadi berlangsung terus jadi What's a good name? I would have to give my hand. What's a good name? No, it's of building this. Oh, yeah, yeah. Such a like this, my hand only. The body also. No, this should be not meant to be. No, water will be there. Because you can eat already. What is your serious food? No. Otherwise, it is not gentleman in a crowd. Madam, simple rice only. Simple rice only. No, take no. Actually, I think just, I mean, the solution is enough, too much, no? Oh, really? It's not, generally it's organic love. And the mess is not really limited to 7 days. 7 days. On the Yes, by the Oh, cannot be. From this, in Shillong is association. Earlier, it was different. I think it's not particularly what's Oh, this is coffee. Yeah, this is the pen. Hello. Participation. Okay, participation for the yeah. Actually, I have been receiving because in our main situation also to on the policies and want to stop by making substitute. If we don't have from now, means then we will fix that. Okay, okay. Yeah, it'll be there. The store will be there, 10 by 10. Actually, because we have to
we are starting at 10, and 10:50, we are going to be this inaugural function. So, by the time, before that time, yeah, 9:30.
I do not do the same. I'm not prepared. The video that I need to see now. Send the video. Video is being sent. Yeah. No. This one. You just send me the video. I think I can use okay. Thank you very much.
I'll try to actually I'll follow up with AT Alexander. I tried to search the net. No, see his name. I think he's still in he told me actually regarding the USA on 1st of March.
So that's going back.
Yes, same day I will be going back to Delhi. So he also has a flight at almost at the same time from Guwahati airport. And he has lots of baggage, he says. So he says today he is very busy at making the things and making deliveries and numbers. So he said it is better we meet him in Guwahati only. I tried to search the net, no? He is staying in Laban. I don't know. Yeah. So my phone was. Oh, your
Oh, 37%. Some wonderful.
You can charge in the.
Oh, maybe yeah. Charger will be there. Okay. Okay, so see you. See you. Okay, see you. No, I think that sometimes attending on the so if this will tell you, you can. No problem. I take it from there.
Can I get one the point? I will charge my phone. No, it's not here. No, not there. Yeah, like here, there are the counter on the right side. No? Yes, sir. Here. Yeah. One black one. Yeah. In the back. In your back. No, it's. I think this side. This side. New normal. New normal. Right. Yeah, before was clothes drying system. So which one is number one? Which one? After that, this one, no? This plastic. Oh, wait, no. This one, sure, no? Right. And then, this one is 9, no? Which one? 9. It comes under this 7. So I heard that in some program have been helped for the windmill project. Yes, we are taking this tour. Rocket fuel. Wow, is it? What is it? Some presentation. The fuel. We have to get this certain to decide. It's sending. It's sent or no, not it's you know, it can come to different it can also come into tables or not tables
People. And then, hey, hey, ayo, dati kami kami kami, dali kami ka Google Meet kami. Kami, kami balasan mati o may bay. Kaling na.
Text pa na WhatsApp ulit. It's for my
Pancok mah.
Uy, maksud?
Masih bentar. Hello, yeah. Hello. Hey, so you joining?
we'll do like this because some presentation by on education. Okay. On education, some students are here. In fact, four of them, two of them are finished. Now four of them are still here on education. Okay. So I think if you can, if you are there also, might be you can see also, no? Then after that might be you can take the lecture, no? You'll I mean you share the screen, no? You share the screen on there. Presentation you have. Up to if they finish,
Ini kamu connect ya.
so by two I think
Okay, video.
just a minute. Hey, just a minute. I'll ask them. I'll ask you. Hey, your presentation juga. Presentation lagi dulu. Coba di mas teh. Nah, bukan ini nih. Nangi. Haki nih. Timu upat ini.
Ada ulah. Lah benle tambah kual benle kayak ke Google Meet ne
Google Meet ya.
On le ke Google Meet. Le Google Meet mod bok ini mana ya. Le baterai. Ini udah login bang ke Vigyan Sarvatra.
Ini nak kami cumi ni.
Ti itu ke Google Meet link pat papian pan.
Itu undan mu une. Undan ni apa ka ini.
Oke.
Undan ni kamera tambah mu fa ban i ki ba pesan gini teh.
Oke.
Harus pun Thai ski đây. Lại chơi.
Kani tadi nampak projector pi. Because this computer will be used for projector. Ngamot utu panadalihi ngamot upa i tang ke crowd. Mau pa mani engineer ul present nang.
Ani ini.
Terhadap kami lah.
Ini level kan ni. Google Meet ni. Maka ni đây.
SCY dash Z AN dash H Bon accept kan maro ka live stream ro kaya lang kaniro kaya lang to okay tujuan semua
Dan accept.
Ang paniyang bayo na ni kinhajan. Biar. Bukan tu, macam ignore baik ni mo. Ang iwan ignore. So at least you'll present from here, no? Tu.
muncul.
Muncul. Tumpuk.
Tuh, diam, Hah? Tuh deh.
Diam ya.
Tuh,
Diam.
deh. Oke. Untuk ukuran ini, dan deh. He will see. Deh, ya, deh.
Diam tuh mah.
Has to be let in. You join the call when someone let you in. Let in tay.
Phi phai mà còn join
đang ask
Iya, ông sắp long
No,
utul
no.
link
Ini form
và
ni.
phi phai.
Dia jom ni.
Oh, niêm đi dòng yêu. Sắp hiểu tao.
Ini ki kan?
Apa yang ini host?
Rồi.
Oh,
nhìn host mangi.
Rồi.
oh, nhìn host mangi. The host mangi pun. Hab host mangi ah. Siapa tahu. The host mangi terlihat na CSTV tu. Oh, tamu dah host ni. Host.
Kan ni link bang create ni. Deh.
Create meeting. Start instant meeting. Ayo. Pasir. Ni lihat benang ni nak lim tu. Lihat Google Meet nang ni nak kambiang nang ni tadi Syaful. Nak phone. Dera. Masih. Abah boleh nak phone. Mastu. Hai. Ka kambiang na jong phi na green mar ka bit na ka jong phi ka phone. Malik Google Meet live ta. Man dari balik nak ni am ka flop ha ni jadi. Tạch mà kalong kum ni sorry kalong kum ni pak sim yang
Em đã penting itu di create a particular link, right? The particular the link are attached to the right? Taruh dulu pada ini kayak ada hak kan kali ini kan ketua pihak ini. Kira dia pasti nyalek. Tapi Turki ya tenang kan. Hello, you just sum up. Hello.
You didn't attach any file, or what? Huh? Video file. No, no, you do like this. What me? Someone is supposed to. Somebody else's phone book. In lock it up. Yes, yes, yes. One day. Nanglo, nanglo, nanglo.
Very good afternoon to each and every one of you present here. I welcome all of you again to this second session of today's program. We will continue with students who wants to present their innovative ideas. So we have a first student from St. Thomas High Secondary School, Mairang, class 9, and his name is Ngophalang Jalan. Welcome you here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ngophalang. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ngophalang Jaran. I'm from St. Thomas Higher Secondary School, Mairang. And I'm here to share my idea on how to reduce land wastage. As you all know that land is our lifeline, and we can survive without land. It is on land that we plant food, vegetables, and rear sheep, cattle, and to many activities. Lands provide us natural resources that we need for our survival. But nowadays, land for us humans and also others living things have become shortage. This is due to the carelessness and greed of man. Man things are produced and many things are produced and are thrown in the huge open plot of lands, like a big dustbin. Now the common use of these modern days is plastics. As we all know, the plastic is non-biodegradable and accumulate on the land when and cause landfills. But here is my idea of how to use plastic bottles as a plastic files. The method is very simple and first we will take a plastic bottles and then we will cut the bottles one sided and press the plastic bottles with a heavy stones to make a flat plastic sheet. And then to get a big sheet of plastic, we'll bind the little plastic together with a glue. Even though this is just a small idea, but it's from this small idea that we can make our land plastic free and also to reduce landfills. So on this, thank you.
Thank you so much, Taran. Now we will have Richard Kurba, student of class 9 from St. Thomas High Secondary School, Moira.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vigyan Sarvatra and I'm from St. Thomas Secondary School, Moira. I'm here to share my idea on idea is hot water bottles. The topic is electrical energy usage. Electrical energy is form of resulting is formed from the flow of electric charge. Most of the electrical equipment we use daily require is electrical energy. At home, electricity is wasted by leaving appliances on when they are not in use. In home, heaters and blowers are left on and this causes the appliance to draw more electricity in order to keep the room warm, especially during winter. Now today, electrical hot water bag need electrical energy to recharge. A hot water bag means the hot water bag that we keep during sleeping. In order to conserve electrical energy, my idea is to use a plastic bottle as a hot water bottle, which is a substitute for heater, blower, and hot water bag. Instead, we use a plastic bottle as a hot water bottle on, and then boil water into a plastic bottle, cover a plastic bottle with a cotton cover. Yes, we use ourselves to feel us comfortable while sleeping. In winter, we use this hot water bag. And in this generation today, this hot water bag need an electrical energy to charge. But in order to do that, I have an idea that a plastic bottle we can use as a hot water bag while we're sleeping. This on this idea, we use to keep us for sleeping, keep us warm. Only this, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And now we will have Devraj Mohapatra, a student of class 8 from KV School, Meru.
Good afternoon to all. So, Vigyan Sarvatra Pujyate. A very true statement. That means Vigyan or science. Due to the science only, we are developing each day, or we can say just each moment. So, nowadays, waste like plastics, e-waste, and other things are like a ticking bomb for our environment. We should avoid it each and everywhere possible. So, My first idea is that smelting is process of reducing an oxide with carbon at a high temperature and the oxides of less electropositive metals such as Bb, Ln, Fe, Cu and others are reduced in the blast furnace by heating them vigorously with coal or coke. So the slag is a flammable substance that forms during the reduction process. The idea is to use plastic, rubber, and e-waste in a shredded form to replace the coke or carbon to stabilize the form of the slag and easy removal of slag for energy efficiency in the blast furnace. This problem solves the things of e-waste that are flattering everywhere and get scattered everywhere and it contaminates our environment. But due to this idea, we'll be able to evict this. So, my another idea that we all must be noticing that many people with bare minimum clothes in this shivering cold are there and they are in very much pain. That is irresistible and that gave me this idea that fashion waste costs the global economy more than $400 billion every year as an influencer marketing and has caused fast fashion creating over $500 billions of worth of waste each and every year. And due to the emergency of fast fashion, the times we wear our garments before we throw them away has arrived. So, my idea is to collect the fashion waste and old clothing and design them in a creative way to create required materials by individuals or communities to prevent their dumping in landfills. This problem will also solve the person who is surviving on bare minimum clothes. This will help them to stay away from the cold and also be in a modernized fashion. So last but not least, I would like to tell that the classic design of elevators consists of a motorized cable system that pulls a cabin up or down inside a single shaft. The motor is held by a counterweight that weighs nearly half of a fully loaded cabin. Three fundamental drawbacks of this are architectural design limitations, substantial use of space and height restrictions, and bad malfunctioning, misaligned motor, drive, etc. and etc. So to prevent this problem, the idea is to use magnetic levitation to create mag tracks in the building to use coils to guide the elevator cabins to move through the magnetic field with linear motor to allow the movement both horizontally and vertically. This method of elevators can be automated to allow movement in a timed manner and only move when a certain amount of capacity is fulfilled. For example, two or three people. This will allow the lesson of energy consumption of elevators and the buildings and square footage. So, with this, I would like to give you a very nice line that is, we should be the part of the solution, not the part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Devraj, for your innovative idea. Our next presenter will be Addison S. Sinha, a student of Class 8 from BK Bajoria School.
So good morning everyone. My name is Addison Esinma of Vigyan Sarvatra School studying in Standard 8. So the name of my idea is ENSO, to make the most out of our knowledge. So ENSO is an abbreviation for Environmental Sustainable Operation. So as we all know, India has only about 4% of the world's renewable water resources, but is home to nearly 18% of the world's population. And as the country continues to urbanize, its water bodies are getting toxic. Around 30% of surface water in India is unfit for consumption, and almost 40 million liters of wastewater enters rivers and other water bodies daily. So from this, most of the water here is getting dirty, and it's not drinkable for us. So the main Idea here is turning sewage water into drinkable water. We might all have seen in speeches of people they like talking about turning sewage water into drinkable water, and we think that we should do this. But 1 week later, if someone asks you, did you see the speech? You say, what speech? You don't remember that anymore. So we don't like to execute what we see and what we hear. So here I want to say that an organic water filter, which can be the size of an index finger and can convert up to 30 liters of impure water into fresh water within a few hours using activated carbon. On putting the purifier in any water container, pores from contaminated water that act as micro reservoirs are fixed over a disc inside the cartridge. It eliminates foul smell, harmful metals, and colors from the water. Moreover, the technology adds minerals that improve the immune system. The best part, the cartridge in the purifier that costs around 60 rupees can be replaced just in 5 years, so means no extra cost for the maintenance is needed. With this, I would like to conclude my speech, and I would like to thank all of you for lending me your ears for a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Addison. We will now have a student from St. Edmund's Higher Secondary School, Sachin M. Sangma.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sachin M. Sangma. I am from 12th standard and studying in St. Edmund Higher School. My project is based on 3 years, which come under the recycle, use, and reduce of plastics. As we can see, the plastic is around the land, around the rivers, and it has been creating pollutions every city, as well as in Shillong. So, I have been working on the biodegradable plastics, which can be made from vegetables waste such as potato and tobacco starch. So can you change the? Change. Yeah. It is made from the biodegradable plastic. It is a biodegradable plastic made from the vegetables, and it is easily a biodegradable. It can digest by the fungus and microbes. So. For this, we can set the environments by creating such a plastics. The source for materials to make this is topical starch or powders and glycerins and vinegars. It is environment friendly and to be used in homes and can make it and make in your kitchen also. So can you change the pics? Yes. So in industry developments, I have been doing some research that for creating in high levels for the stage as well, based on biodegradable plastics. You can see on the right side on the buttons, it's extrusion machines which can be made biodegradable plastics made from starch, vegetable starch. And as you can see at the right at the yes at the right at the top it is a cutting and sieving machine in which it is to cut the plastics, and at the bottoms of the right, as you can see, it is a back printed and back printed machines can be which can be used for printed bags. This project comes under the 30 lakhs in which it can be useful for the state. Can you change the picture? Now come under the plastic or reduce of plastics. Actually, it makes for making a plastic to bricks by not affecting the environment. This technique is required heating the plastics and very high temperatures. This process is also called the photolysis method. Can you change the picture? For the industry sectors, this production comes under 20 lakhs for set up the industry. As you can see in the left side down the buttons, it is used for melt the plastics, and on the right hand side on the top, it is used for the crushing the plastics to make into so small pieces. Can you check the video? The chips. Yes. As you can see in the screens, it is a diagrams which have been made. It is to obstruct the from plastics into oil from pure, in which it can be used into daily use like kerosene and petrols. Can you send me the video?
You need the video?
Yes. It is a first stage in which the plastic is burned under the containers and its gas is put forward to the upper stage. It is a second stage, and last it is a third stage in which the fuel is formed in gas. So by following three steps, we can recycle and reuse and reduce the plastics in our daily lives without harming the environment. The future depends on what we do in the present, so we need to keep improving ourselves as well as to train into the environment by doing such things and bring to the stage. And thank you for giving your time.
Thank you, Sachin. Our last presenter for today will be Sakit Mishra, a student of class 8 from BK Bajoria School.
Plastic houses. We all know how plastics are used all over the world. Even if we don't use plastics, then the plastics produced will be thrown, which can cause even higher damage to our environment. We can use plastics in building our houses instead of pedestals, which needs to be changed almost every year. But we all know that the houses are something which is changed or rebuilt after many years. In this way, we will be able to use the plastics in a faster way so that it can be finished and will get rid of plastics. I, Sakit Mishra, today I will give an innovative idea to use the plastics in a better way so that our environment will be safe. This is my chart on the innovation. The advantages of the plastic houses is we will be able to use the plastics in a faster way so that any plastic will not be thrown and will not be able to damage our precious environment. During floods, many houses are destroyed due to excess flow of water. As plastics have water resistivity, it will not be destroyed in floods. 1 million trees are wasted every year for wood, and most wood is used in making houses. We can imagine how many trees will be saved by this way. The plastics which have already been produced will not go to the soil and harm our environment. By this, we will not have to produce more and more plastics every year. We will also save trees in this way and level the carbon and oxygen content. We can hope for a better environment in the future. Thank you.
I would like to thank all the students who have participated in the idea contest. And I can see, to my knowledge, I think there are students from Martin Luther Christian University also, right? Any college students here? Any college students here? Yes. Do you have any ideas to present? Yes or no? Can I have an answer, please? Do you have any ideas to present? All right. I would just like to, like I said, I would thank all the students who have, had the courage to come here and present. It might, some of you, it might just be a stupid idea, but I think the solution to the problems that we're facing now comes from great scientists like these students out here. So I would like all of us to give a round of applause to all these students out here, right? I would also like to tell that we have an innovation hub in Science Center, which is located in the Nehu campus. So students who have such innovative ideas and who wants to take their ideas forward can come and visit Shillong Science Center. All right. So we will now have an online lecture from Dr. Vika, who's from National Innovation Foundation India. The students who think that if they're late, that you can take your leave, and students who wants to attend the lecture can attend. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Okay. So is it visible, sir? Is it visible from your side? I'm just sharing my screen. Okay. So I'll just keep on doing the. Okay, all right, after clear. Okay. Then I will continue. Start the presentation. First, I'd like to say hello and good evening and greetings to all of you. My name is Adel Bigzola and I'm a senior project associate working in National Innovation Foundation. I'm posted in Mizoram. Okay, first thing I'd like to say thanks on behalf of NIF to State Council of Science, Technology and Environment, SCSTE, Meghalaya, for the warm invitations for this opportunity. And today I will be discussing about inventions and innovations solely based on my line of work, our line of work, and from NIF database. And I hope you all have a good time and found information through slides I'll be sharing today. Okay, and I heard that many of you are students and teachers. So this slide I'll be sharing you will be understandable for you. It will be easy to understand. So bear with me till the end. Okay, thank you again. Now let me start. Okay, even if you are not a science student or not having a science background, still you are surrounded and still living in science, living with science in science world. We can see the influence of science everywhere when you especially put on some research, the air you breathe, the water you drink, chemistry, right? And our structural system of our body and the cells, biology, and also the TV you are watching, and this platform where Google Meet and all this technology, the cell phone you are using, etc., etc., all are based on the science and its technology. Now, when someone has a creative mind and think of something new, he tries to develop that idea of his and his imagination into a reality. And so for that, he acquires some loans or or spend some money to get the requirements. And afterwards, later on, he invented something very new that has never been seen in the world that we can consider as invention. And that invention comes with a new applicable technology, and later on, the technology based on the original idea are invented by other people, and they started to innovate better devices or machines. Okay, and to generate economic and social value, and in turn makes more money from that first idea, so that we can do that in innovation category. Okay, now let's see the next slide. Here I'm listing out some top 10 inventions that changed the world. In earlier times, between 20 BC and 20 AD, the compass was invented in China by the Han Dynasty. We all know that it is useful for, compass is for navigation, yes, and for the explorer it must be very important and led to more exploration and discovery of new countries, etc. So they changed the world with it. And the printing press, yes, the printing press is allowed literacy to greatly expanded, which has been invented by Johannes Gutenberg in 14th century, and electric light, Thomas Edison. Yeah, this invention powered the countless social changes, and automobile is very important, right? Car bands in 18th century, this invention increased personal mobility and freedom to movement and transportation, right? And telephone, yes, very important. Alexander Graham Bell in 1876, he had invented this telephone. This is the beginning of the world communication across wide areas. So all these inventions, I will not explain all of them. Near compass and the contraceptives and the wheels, light bulbs, penicillins, all have a great impact in our society and in the world. So these inventors, I like to say that these inventors started from scratch, and with their own personal ideas, they can change the world. They are one man. Okay, one man can change the world. Okay, from through their imagination. So I like to emphasize on that. Now, I will not talk much more about the invention. The innovation is my actually line of work. So I'll move on to the innovation part. See, there's a slight difference between invention and innovation. Now, long ago, wheel was invented, and then afterwards, there are different kinds of improvement in the wheel model, and the material they use are also different now. It's so much improved now. The world has improved tire wheels to move around. Okay, so this is innovation. And for example, here again in 1973, Dr. Martin Cooper, who is a Motorola in the Motorola, he's a researcher and executive. He made the first mobile phone. Now you see the changes here. You can see how much improvement has been made from network wise, also from 2G to now 5G networks also there now, and most of them are now touch screen and with camera. And these days some screens can be folded too, right? And for transferring of data, in the beginning infrared was used, and then Bluetooth, and then Wi-Fi. So who knows? There will be a better or a faster device in the near future. So all these are step by step, and new innovations were coming out because of the first invention. So in NIF, we justify innovations with some criteria. I like to share with you here. Here, when we see the new device or new machines developed by by innovators, we firstly look at the novelty. Okay, novelty means the originality. From where that idea come from, where the machine design coming from. So we try to find out, we do the prior art search, is it a copy or a duplicate from other devices in some parts of the country. Okay, if it is copied or duplicate, we cannot consider it as innovation. So the novelty, we cannot give it a high grade. Okay, so we're also looking for social applicability, whether it is applicable in the social or can be used by the entire people. Okay, if it's applicable, then we can consider innovation, and whether solving existing problems, is there any is that a device solve an existing problem? Now, next is whether it is cost effectiveness. Suppose you innovate something new, but it is too expensive and no one can afford it. That means that cost effectiveness is too low. So we cannot consider. I mean, NIM was not is not considering as new innovations. Okay, and user friendliness is very important. The machine should be friendly used. I mean. It should be can be used by the kids also, the minor or the even women can also should be able to use that new device. Okay, and also when we talk about friendliness, these devices like a gun, gun shooting for something, shooting to kill, all these things, and knives. Okay, knives. These harmful things we are not so how to say encouraged in this area, but in our area of field of area, we are not how to say appreciated much. But anyway, this device should be user friendly, and we also look for other specialty, even though it might be exist already in the market, but we want to see the specialty of the device. So with all these criteria, we used to filter the innovation. Okay. Now move on. Now we can say that innovation is a new ideas. Okay, new ideas and new methods or processes. Something that had never been done. Okay, not something we never seen before. And suppose this here mobile phone, say, giving example with the mobile phone. Before there was no screen. Now there was touch screen and all. So it's a new method, it's a new process. So it could be innovation and new products. So new products will be there at the end, and improvement in existing products and processes. So even if that machine, you can see the machine all around us in the market. if you change something, if you change that machine into something bigger, something advantageous, then you turn it into innovation. So we can call them as innovation. Okay, so that is how I could explain innovation. I hope it's understandable. Now, let's see. Innovation, where does an innovation come from? From where does innovation come? Let me ask here, its easy answer is, it comes from an idea. Okay, one must have an idea first, new idea. If not, there will not be innovation. But now, get idea. To have that idea, from where do you get idea? Let me ask you, how do you get an idea? So in our explanation, idea comes from problems. Okay, problems. The problems that we face in everyday lives. Now, if you look around you and what kind of problem you have in doing your daily tasks, or what problem is there in the house you live in, or in the society, or you're in your village area, or in your state, or in the country. So you should also not only think about your problem, but you can think of the problem other people face too. Okay, now if one can find a solution, then that will be innovation. Now let me give you a way of creating creative problem solving. Okay, suppose there is a problem. There can be 2, 3 problems, or maybe 10 or more, which you can think of right now. From that, from that you try to identify which one is solvable. So the problem, you select the problem and you identify it. Okay, and which you identify means which one is solvable. Now concentrate on that problem. Do not think of solving 2, 3 problems at the same time. You took only one. Okay, you pick one problem, you identify the problem that can be solved, and then you evaluate your idea on how to solve the problem. Analyze the requirements for solution. Then you move on to the development of prototype. Okay, and eventually finalize the product, which will be your new innovation. Okay, here after defining, you can develop the prototype and see your own finalized product and see your own new innovation. Let me give you an example with the innovator from Mizoram, Mr. Rajatana. Okay, he developed one machine called excuse me. Hope I'm still audible. Yes. Now, this. Okay, thank you. This Mr. Rajatana from Mizoram, he developed one machine called Aregana clean machine. You all know this Aregana. It has hard cover, which is needed to be sliced off using cutter. Here we use this kind of cutter in Mizoram. It must be different from according to the places. And anyway, using this cutter, it takes a long time to clean the cover. Okay, so this is a problem faced by Aregana seller too. And in this innovator, Mr. Chafela noticed the problem and started to have an idea of simple, easy, portable, soundless, and fast way to do the job and develop the machine. I will show you how he identified the problem and how he how to say I'll show you here. Okay, Mr. Chafela is creative. I know, we all know, he himself also know, and he has a capability to solve the problem. But the problem, what problem is he going to solve? Now he's thinking what kind of problem we are facing. Now saw this peeling by cutter. It took a long time. Now we identify like this. The machine, the cutter, while using cutter, it wastes a lot of time and it's a drudgery, and sometimes there could be injury, and the existing machine innovated in market already requires electric current. So we think of something that can be done without current. So we developed this machine, manual operation. Okay, now problem defining. How did he define? Now he looked at the requirements. He needs areca nut holder. Okay, areca nut holder to hold the areca nut, and then a sharp scraper to peel off the cover. And you want to develop a machine that can be attachable on the table edge so that user can operate it while standing as well. And he needs a material like lightweight metals and easy to operate. And he wanted to develop the machine that can be operational by left and right hander. Okay, now let's see. Right here, it will be very much clear. At the first prototype, the machine he developed is working perfectly, but it's too bulky and heavy, and it cannot be attachable yet. If they are going to use it, the user has to sit down with it and then operate it. So there is some flaw. Okay, and so he made a second prototype here below, and there's still it's being lighter now. The weight is reduced. It's not bulky anymore. It can be attached to the table edge, but still the lever and the lugger handle are not soft yet. For large bulk work, they could harm our hands, so the user hands. So there's still a problem. Now on in the third prototype, now it's become very small. The lever handle are very smooth to handle now. Everything almost perfect. Okay, but still there's still a problem mentioned here. There is it is not operational for left-hander, and there's no collector channel. Okay, suppose you clean this areca nut, where will it go? Where will it go? Okay, so it needs a collector channel, and there's no table on its own or frame structure by its own. It requires a separate table. So if it comes with a table or a frame structure, then it will be more fun, right? And no user seat for convenience. User seat for convenience. Okay. There's no seat for the user. So he made four machine right here. Come down. The channel, the channel was there, and this machine can be used by the left-hander comfortably while working with this machine. So this is how he make adjustment, changes, improvement on his own innovation. So finally, we have this Arikana cleaning machine done and complete. Okay, so this is just an example. So I will hope it's clear enough. I will go to the next slide. This is about an Inspire Awards Manak. I believe today many of you are students and teachers all around the area who attend the online meeting. This is an important scheme. It's called Inspire Award Manak scheme, launched by the President of India Manmohan Singh on 30 December 2008 and implemented on 2009 and 10. And this is a technology idea and innovation competition, not a science project competition. Okay, I want to make clear that this is a technological idea and innovation competition, not a science project. Okay, and this is executed by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and National Innovation Foundation (NIF). And this scheme covers students at age group of 10 to 15 years who are class 6 to class 10. Okay, all are invited here. We have done awareness all around the country, all parts of the country last year. Also, Sarsiam Baino, with his help, with his presence, we have done the awareness of Inspire Award to all the teachers in all the districts of Meghalaya, 11 districts of Meghalaya. So we are inviting students and the teachers, the schools, to do the registration and submit student ideas here at the given websites www.inspireawards-txt.gov.in. Right here, you can do the registration. The school who hasn't registered yet, you should register here, and you can submit 5 ideas from each school for the competition. Okay, through this website. Now, the selection process is from school level. Okay, from school level, 5 ideas can be submitted. That means 5 students can participate, and then if they are being selected for district level, they will be given 10,000 rupees for the prototype development or the model development. And when they compete at the district level, if they win, if they are selected in district level, they will go to the next level, state level. Okay, and at the state level competition, if they were selected for the final national level, those students were given extra, additional mentoring activity. Okay, I will not explain all the Inspire Awards process today. We are here. You can contact us. The National Innovation Foundation will help you. Okay. Anyway, students from all over India submit their ideas and compete for national awards. In the national awards, top 60 were selected. Okay, and even the guide teacher of the selected top 60 ideas are also awarded, recognized, and give some prizes, handsome prizes. Okay, so I'm here. Regarding this, I'd like to invite all of you to participate and register yourself and register your school, submit your student ideas, and participate here in the national award. This is a big scheme, and it's a very good opportunity for the students to travel, even in Japan as well, Sakura exchange program. Okay, and a chance to visit the Parliament House and all. There are so many advantages if you compete here and win the award. Okay, now I'd like to share some of the innovations done by students and had won national awards in the previous years. Here is one example. Mr. Anand Kadar from Arunachal Pradesh. He had developed intelligent goggles for blind. Okay, these smart goggles can detect obstacles present ahead of the visually challenged people and give an alert in the form of vibration, so that the blind man can go for safety. Okay, before hitting something or before injury, this device will alert the blind man, and so that he can go for safety. So this is very important. It doesn't mean that this device will replace the walking stick of the blind man, but this will help the blind man to walk without any injury or accident. So this is a smart innovation. He had won a national award at a very young age. Okay, next is automatic food making machine. Automatic food making machine. Yeah, and this innovator maybe have he's bored of repeating the same steps to prepare food daily. Okay, so he started to had an idea and started to develop this machine that can cook automatically with the same taste after putting all the ingredients on this container, you just press the button on switch on button, and then this machine will cook automatically. And in the end, the already cooked vegetables and all will pour out itself and ready to eat. So this must be very very helpful for especially women who are doing the cooking these days. So this help the society. It's very good innovation. Now the next one is the plastic safety. So the plastic cap opener of LPG cylinder. This is very, common problem we have faced in the entire India. Let's say the gas cylinder often come with the cap, right? With a white cap, with a nylon thread to pull out for it to open the cap. There's a nylon thread also there. But sometimes these nylon threads or the metals there are rusty, so it's hard to open it, especially by women. It's hard to open it. So this boy, Syed Akhtar Syed from the Andaman and Nicobar Island, developed this plier-like opener. Okay, this will make it easy to open the LPG cylinder. Okay. So this is helpful. This will be this also cost effective to get the device. It must be very cheap too as well, right? The technology is not that how to say high. It's like a plier only. So this is a good innovation. Now let's move on to the next is innovative and low cost bag with detachable wheelchair. From West Bengal, Miss Arushri Tandon. She had an idea of a bag with a wheelchair, which must be very very helpful for the patient who cannot move. Okay, or the bedridden person. Okay, with this design, she modified the bed where a wheelchair has been incorporated, so that the patient can sit on this wheelchair and move around. Okay, whenever he wanted to go to the toilet or go somewhere else, you don't need any other help. So using this, it will make it more easier to move around. Okay, this must be helpful. This must be useful in the hospital, or if you have a grandfather or grandmother in your house who are bed sick and who can move easily. This innovation will be very much useful. Okay, now move on to the next is an outstanding. Let me say outstanding innovation called modified walker with adjustable leg. Here, if you see a normal, ordinary walker, they have 4 legs like this, but they can only be used in a plain area or flat area, right? You cannot use to climb those stairs or steps. But this Shalini Kumari from Bihar, she started to think of a walker with the adjustable leg, the front part of the leg, so that it can be used to climb up the stairs or the steps. Okay. There is a locker system and brake system are there. This has been an outstanding innovation. This area has also a lot of flaw in the first prototype, second prototype, and the third prototype. There are lots of problems, but this is the final innovation which is being sold in so many parts of the country. She now has a royalty. She already earned some money in selling this innovation. Okay, now the next one. Let's go to these crutches. Crutch. We all know those who have a limb problem, walking problem, or leg problem. They use these crutches, but the normal crutches do not have a spring or shock absorber here. They often harm their armpits and shoulder area. Okay, when they use for whole day, they could also harm their armpits area and the shoulder area. But this Archana from Assam, she gave this idea, shared this idea to National Innovation Foundation, and then the prototype has been developed and with a screen and a shock observer at the top here, so that it will reduce the pain during the usage. Okay, this is very much useful for physically handicapped people or lower limb injured. This innovation has also been sold to many areas. All right, next is this is a simple innovation. We all know about water tap, right? In the public places or in airports or anything, you might see a tap echoing with okay, Sashim?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Suppose if you see the graphic here, here's a water tap, which can be used by even small kids as well. Okay, some taps cannot be usable by smaller kids who are not tall. Okay, so this inclined installation of water taps helps kids to use the taps efficiently, conveniently. Okay, this has been implemented in many schools and many public places. This is simply existing tap, but the inclination is an innovation. Okay, thank you. And now I would like to share some of the adult innovators who had won the national award. Here are a few examples. I will not explain in details, but first one is a motorcycle bullet-driven agriculture implement developed by Mansukh Bhai Jagani from Gujarat. And this unit is capable of performing all agricultural operations carried out by pair of bullocks. You know, it replaces the work of the bullocks and also replaces operation performed by the tractor. Okay, not a tractor. This is not bigger than the tractor, but it replaces the operation performed by the tractor. Okay, so it can also be used for transporting operations by attaching a small tiller at the back. If we put a trailer in the back, this could be used for transporting as well. Okay, these units, 10,000 units have been sold all over the country. Now, the next one is bicycle based hoe and weeder tiller. This one is made from cycle, bicycle, the front part, and the back part is modified. The back side is modified, like there's a separate attachment. Okay, there's a separate attachment in the back for weeding and tilling or a harrow. Okay, are attached to the working and using bolts and nuts. This is very useful for farmers, especially women engaged in weeding, gap filling, and sowing seeds in small areas. Okay, the next one is hand-driven pump sprayer. Hand-driven. The innovator Gopal Bhai Suratia from Gujarat had designed and built this manual